Grapsody with Will, Phil, and Reg, trying to keep it real instead of what you usually get from these talking heads. It's Grapsody, we're here to fill the void. 3 black fans, different perspective, gotta fill your voice. Coming with the podcast, talking majors, indies, and between, yeah, it's all that. And we're down with Fightful, better fall back. Coming for respect, we connect like a ball bat. No need to double check, these are all facts. You're listening to us talk raps. You're listening to us talk raps. Will, Phil, and Reg, yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps. Yeah, we're Grapsody, here to talk raps.
Yo, good morning. It's he, it's your favorite rapper over there, your favorite low talker over here. But I'm not a journalist. This is Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. Righteous Reg, what's going on with you?
It's your favorite rapper, your favorite writer, ? And your favorite podcaster, Righteous Reg. It's Saturday morning. I've written some things, Philip Lindsey, in like a magazine, so I don't know where the line is for me. And like, you know, I've researched things upon writing for them, so I don't really know where the line is. But I am media man, and they're trying to. There's a war on media, so shout out to everybody. It's Saturday morning. I'm excited to be here. What's up, my friend?
Yeah, I saw some of the discourse. There's always discourse about something, and I was like, "Oh, this is a thing again." All right, let me get back over here. Yeah, I'm not a journalist. I'm a columnist with a podcast.
Yeah,
that just gives my opinion. That's it. Apparently, they're yeah. I don't know.
They're not wanted. I don't know where I land on. Again, I don't know where I land. So, yeah, there's a war. People are getting paid for names. They say, interviews. What's the most amount of money you've gotten paid for a wrestler interview, Phil Lindsey?
I don't know. I think people are confused with how much people get paid to cover pro wrestling. It's not a whole lot. There are not a lot of people in this thing making much money, and you shouldn't pay people for interviews. It's unethical. You shouldn't pay people for interviews. I mean, different outlets are going to do different things, but yeah, you can't do the journalist thing, but then also pay for interviews.
That's not how this works, right?
No. And I mean, some outlets do pay, but I mean, again, if we're discussing journalism, that's not how that works.
Where's the line?
Yeah.
Where is the line? Did you go to school for this?
No, I went to art school. Sorry.
I started writing raps, and then I liked writing raps, and I was like, I should start writing about wrestling, and I started writing about wrestling, and here we are. I don't know if that's a bad thing, but, you know, it is what it is.
No, I went to art school. Sorry.
Turn this podcast off right now. This ain't reputable. Phil Lindsey ain't nobody but an artist. Turn this.
Hey, man, I spent 9 years working in finance out of school, but, you know, ended up getting a securities license and all these other things, but didn't go to school for that either.
He went to school he started working in finance, so it works with we're talking about WWE a lot, so that works.
Yeah,
they care about numbers.
Yeah, it's a war going on outside. Nobody's safe. The usual. Somebody says something about wrestling journalists, and then it turns into discourse, and it's just like, guys, I don't think this is that serious. I don't know.
You're a bunch of jokesters. Nobody's real out here. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about.
This is not that serious. If you don't know, we've been sitting here like rambling and kind of getting our jokes off in response to that was the discourse yesterday on Twitter. Friend of the show, Alexis Littlefoot, was like, I don't know anybody that is a wrestling journalist that has a journalism degree, and I was just like, I feel like that's not true, because I mean, like, the biggest wrestling journalist in this thing, the guy that a lot of people take his scoops or quote his podcast, he has a journalism degree. Does he not?
Yep, he has one.
Yeah.
He used that to, further his wrestling thing.
Yeah, and I saw a lot of people responding to her and going, but I have a journalism degree, and I don't know if we've met, and I'm like, guys, everybody relax, everybody relax.
Thank you, Philip Lindsey, for putting it in simple terms. It's not like I kind of feel like when some women are like, men are trash, like I'm not like jumping out there like,
Well, I'm not
me
trash.
though. Hold on a second. Let me tell you all the reasons why I'm not. Like, if you're not included, you're not included, I think.
Hey, but I'm not a journalist. Just want to let you guys know that.
Not a journalist.
Yeah, we are fresh
Not
back
a
home.
journalist.
Fresh back home from Vegas. I spent the entire week with my internal clock being off, either staying up way too late or getting up way too early. One of the two. But eventually I will get adjusted again to Chicago time before I have to travel somewhere else and have to readjust to Chicago time again.
Yeah, I think I said this on Ask Grapsody and I was lying. Think I finally adjusted back to regular life. I think I know what universe and time and day it is. Grapsody usually gives me a good sign of what time and day it is, but it's happy to be back. And I was like, damn, I got a nice little break. Then I saw a tweet today from New Japan that was all resurgence just 2 weeks away. I was all, damn, just in 2 weeks. That's like very soon from now. I was like trying to take a little chill break, but wrestling doesn't care about chill breaks, Phil. If you want to see some good wrestling, you better get ready to spend your money again.
Yeah. Last time you saw us, we were both in the same room recording. Shout out to Rode mics. How we got wireless mics that we recorded in the hotel room with. Also, all the interviews and stuff I did recorded on wireless Rode mic. So yeah, shout out to Rode mics. Also, Pod mic that I'm speaking on right now. Also a product of Rode microphones. But yeah. You have not.
I want to shout out Rode mics also too before we move forward, because they've held us down pretty great pretty much throughout the entirety of our podcast. Our podcasts sound the way that they do because of Rode. I thought that this podcast sounded very crispy last week too with them portable Rode mics. So I mean, I just want to send out big love to them because they make us sound great and they are awesome.
Yeah, appreciate you, Sheldon. If you have not checked out our YouTube channel, if you're not subscribed to our YouTube channel, please go and subscribe to that. youtube.com/@Grapsody. My interview with Brody King from WrestleCon is up there. Have a few clips from the red carpet up there for Live nightclub.
Dude, standing behind my friend as he interviews Gronk, like there's a bunch of like surreal what's happening moments that I think like, how did I get here? What days and steps and things landed me in these positions, and just laughing. That was one of them, of like Phil with the mic and Gronk standing there gigantic and just asking him a questions like, what is this?
Yeah. If you have watched the short of it that's on our YouTube channel, at some point he's really, really close because he walked all the way up on the camera, and then you can see the camera pan up and you can see his full face. That's because my friend gave me a great assist and adjusted the camera for me because I couldn't tell because I was standing in front of the camera.
I was like, oh yeah, this guy's gigantic.
Yeah. But yeah, man, great night. That was Sunday night. Saturday night, we hung out at the hotel, and then we went to hang with the homie Kel Dansby and a bunch of other friends and watched WrestleMania as a family and in front of the pool. That was great. At Circa, that was a great way to watch WrestleMania night one. And then night two, we watched a lot of basketball. Had WrestleMania up on a laptop.
And had some great laughs throughout the entirety of the program. And it was a very good time. Shout out to the homie Kel for inviting us up to that WrestleMania pool party. I've never watched WrestleMania at a pool party, but I had an amazing time. There was some drinks flowing. There's food. There was people.
Boys was hella mixy.
Cameron Hawkins, the most mixiest of all.
The mixiest of all wrestling journalists / media people there is. Yeah.
At one point, At one point, his significant other found him, and like they were sitting down, and she was like, "Oh, I'm cold. I'm gonna go like get a sweater." She left for legit like 15 seconds, and then she came back, and she was like, "Where is he?" And I was like, "I don't know where is he." Like that's Cameron Hawkins. He is a ninja. He will be gone in 60 seconds, as Nicolas Cage once did. Very funny guy. Shout out to the homie. We had some great times talking shop and being on different sides of things that I think they say, Phil.
Yeah, I just got a ton of error messages popping up.
Yeah, I
with
saw
my
that
screen.
too. I was like, whoa.
If you guys are having problems streaming on Twitter, just come to the YouTube link if you can hear me or still see this from YouTube from Twitter, because it seems like StreamYard and Twitter are having issues. I don't know what's going on. It's like I'm trying to
just dropped all the Twitter links. I see all red on top.
yeah, I'm trying to see if it's working on my screen, and it's just like it's not working. So yeah.
StreamYard, what's up with y'all? What y'all don't like Twitter? I mean, a lot of people don't like Twitter, so I'm not surprised about this. But great times at the pool party, and then night 2, Phil Lindsey and I had the dual screens up, watching some playoff basketball, insanely fun, and watching some night 2 of the big show. And boy, I tell you, there were some moments, there were some highs. Some super highs. The first ever women's 5-star match happened on night 2 of WrestleMania. And shout out to those women who well deserved. I thought that finish was amazing. Like they worked, they got it. And then some very lows at the end of the show, Phil. So, I guess that's just the game at this point.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a few. Very top heavy card for both nights.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Yeah, after that went to meet my boss, friend of the show, Eric Ball. We went to Live Nightclub. That's where we did the red carpet interviews. Went to Gronk Island, and I think that's what that was called that night. It was Gronk, whatever. Is it Gronk essentially?
Gronk Island, something like that.
Gronk Beach, that's what it was. So essentially, Gronk threw an after party after WrestleMania, and so that was one of those after dark WrestleMania things. So I ended up doing the red carpet for that, and then we hung out for a minute, probably longer than a minute. But so
a minute.
If you guys know anything about me, I enjoy being right about something. Especially when I feel like everybody else in the world is telling me I'm wrong. I enjoy rubbing my hands together and being like, I'm right. I was right about this. But when I'm wrong, I will willingly admit that I'm wrong. I have equal opportunity in that way. I was wrong, buddy. I was wrong in this one instance. And to go along with being right and enjoying being right, our fellow co-host, Will Washington, sometimes he was wrong or I disagree with him on something, and I like nothing better than reminding him that I was right about this. In this instance, we were wrong, Will Washington. He was the sole guy on this podcast that was telling us, nah, Flo Rida's all right. And we was like, what are you talking about?
He was scrutinized, Philip Lindsey.
Highly scrutinized for liking Flo Rida on this podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to tell you I was wrong. We have Flo Rida fucked up. We have Flo Rida
going, but this is hilarious.
We have Flo Rida fucked up, man. We sat and watched this guy do the set at Gronk's Beach, and I was just like, nah, wait a minute. Now, to be clear, Vegas is the perfect setting for Flo Rida, bro. Because all of his songs go off.
Well, maybe like if we were in Miami, there's like only
Miami
one
as well.
place. But here, bro, it was perfect.
He started, and I was like, all right. He got to a second record. I was like, nah, wait a minute, bro. This guy got records. And multiple times I was like, nah.
After 8 or 9 times of being like, this is a gigantic mega hit, I was like, you know what?
Nah, he got a few of them. I was sitting there like, wait a minute, man. Might have been too harsh on the guy, man.
Yeah.
But nah, set went crazy. Out of nowhere, in the midst of this set, we're jamming out to My House. Yes, that is a thing. I'm sure there's like a video in the ether of us jamming out to my house.
There
And
is
then
that
out
no
of
one will ever
nowhere,
see.
then out of nowhere, we hear, "Yeah, boy," and I was like, "Wait a minute, Flavor Flav hit the stage in this set."
It was over when I saw Flav. I saw Flav up there. I was like, you know what? Everybody get out the way.
Bro, I can say that now. This is now checked off of the bucket list. I've seen Flavor Flav live in all places, Vegas. What a time, man! It came out and did 911's a joke, which is like the quintessential Flavor Flav record, bro. I was out of here by that point. I
didn't know what was happening.
Crazy, bro.
I was out of there. I had like 4 Hennessy and on the rocks by that point.
Bro. The guy he came out, did the record, and I mean it was about as Flavor Flav if you can get. He did all of his like classic dance moves with it. I was like, bro, where are we? Like maybe
it was wild. Flavor Flav's on stage, Flo Rida, Gronk's on there with his shirt off doing the running man. I was like, this is
maybe an hour before that. I had just did an interview with Gronk, and we're standing on a balcony watching Flavor Flav perform. What a time, man.
Yeah, Flo Rida, like you said, we had him fucked up. As he played about 10 or 11 songs, and they were all like platinum hits, and I was like, this is crazy.
Heavy placements, bro. All of the placement records were played. I was like, wait a minute, man.
And people were going like crazy, like they had seen their long lost cousin. Like they were jumping out of their seats. People are dancing. People are raising the roof. They're splashing water. I'm like, this is a time. I know Flo Rida got it like that because like all the hits, but this is a different thing.
Your man was behind us in a Newport shirt. It was a crazy night, man. It was a crazy night, bro.
Whoa, what a time to be alive. But yeah, great times, great memories. Saw a lot of friends out there too, having a good time. It turned to Vegas at that point.
That was the most Vegas night of the entire trip. Like I feel like that was at that point where we hadn't gotten all of the shows and all of the work out of the way, and it was just like, oh, we're out.
We're done.
We're out. Hella mixy. You can tell when you're being hella mixy as well when like somebody walks in a room and you do that point from across the room, like Martin and Will Smith, and I'm like, yo, I see you. Come over here.
Come over here.
Yo, over here.
We had VIP. I don't know if we're talking too much, but it was VIP. They had free drinks, and I drank a lot of them. That's it. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, it was a lot, man. It was a lot. We came out of there.
It's because we didn't drink Like we didn't drink for the whole time. We're like legit, like working.
I feel like we got our entire drinking and Vegas experience into Sunday night, and there was a lot going on, man. At one point, I saw Andrade pop up in VIP, and it was just like it was like nothing I've never seen before. I mean, he looked like majestic. He had like the hat on, a tan suit. His hair was down. He looked incredible. And so I walked up and was like, yo, he gave me a fist bump. I turned around. I turned back around. He was gone. It was like he like threw a smoke pellet down. It was like he fucking ninja vanished on me. I was like, yo, where'd he go?
He came in stepping like a Mexican superhero. If you've seen, there's like a photo of him at In-N-Out this week. Like he was in that hat. If you saw the photo, and like he looked majestic, like Phil was saying, he stepped through like a Clydesdale or something, and he was just like smooth, and like he was pointing at everybody, like, yeah, what's up, bro? I see you. And
he had the shit on. He had the tan suit. I was like,
he had that on. Yeah, he had that on.
I was like, bro.
But people were hounding him, so that's why he got out of there that fast, I think. He was like, being hounded, brother.
He like vanished on us. It was crazy. Yeah.
Andrade came through smooth. I was like, I see what that birthday tweet was about now. I see what type of time he on.
Yeah, seen a bunch of homies that night, seen a few wrestlers that night. Some were trying to wind down. They did not want to be seen, and I get it. That's why I was like, I feel you.
in the middle of the wrestling casino bar place with a bunch of wrestling fans, about to wreck a bunch of wrestling fans. Never changed. That guy's still the same. That unnamed guy.
Yeah, at one point I saw my favorite Uso, Big Us, Big Jim. That Big Jim up, man. It was hectic.
Bloodline is real. That's all I'll say. You
Yeah,
know,
so
some things you see on TV, they're like, oh, that really happens in real life too. Like,
yeah,
I love you, Uso. I
so
love you,
Jade was there as well. Jade was out looking great in her element. What a night! What a crazy night!
There was a sea of fans, like I was saying, but you could still spot Jay. Like, there's like the aura of like, oh, there's Jay. Oh my God, Jade.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was crazy. A lot of things that night that it it felt like Hangover at one point. For multiple reasons, and hilariously enough, the Flo Rida song at the end of Hangover played at one point. I was like, "Yo, it was crazy! What a night!"
At one point, the big homie EJ walked past me, and I was like, "He's big." I can't elaborate anymore. That's all I can say.
Nah, I saw him coming in because at one point it was I went through this twice in Vegas trying to get in somewhere, and they're like, "You're not getting in here with that bag," and I'm like, "Wait a minute, they let me in with the bag. Now you're not getting in here with that bag," so I had to make sure somebody inside got me to come outside to let me in. But when I was outside, I saw EJ coming in, and I was like, "I'll see you when I get in." I never saw him when I got in.
Yeah,
but I did see him outside.
It's not hard to miss that guy. Like, always got that shit on, just big and wavy, just like a solid fella. What a guy.
Yeah, what a guy.
We should have EJ back on.
Yeah,
we have some questions.
100%. That's 100%. Would love to have him back on. Yeah, there's two people I spoke to over the weekend that was like, "Hey, man, trying to do this interview thing," and they were like, "Great, just get it cleared." And I was like, "I'll try." That's always the point, man. Once you get cleared, and maybe
just get it cleared. The words that always come to haunt us. Maybe we'll get it cleared though. Maybe it won't be the same this time. Energy's a little different in the air. Things are moving different.
One of them, it's in the works. I might get it. Fingers are crossed. I might get it. It's in the works. The other one, I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
It's I don't know if everybody noticed this at one point. When I was a regular tweeter, I used to tweet this clip from Full Metal Alchemist with Ed had his finger through the door in his clothing, and I'm just like, every time I would post that when I thought I was close, I'm like, I'm not gonna give up. You're gonna let me in here. The door keeps closing every time, and I'm pointing through every time, like, I'm gonna get in this door. That is a reference to me getting a WWE guest on this podcast. I've tried I've tried many times.
Wow.
I was very close at one point to getting a guest from WWE on here. It didn't happen. I'm not quitting, guys. One day, I will have a WWE wrestler on this podcast.
And look, some WWE wrestlers like me. I talk to them. They're like, "Look, I like your work. I like your content." So it's not that. I just want to say that out loud.
I mean, look, there's a story of a wrestler over there that fucks with your boys.
Yes,
they won't let him over here, man.
No, they won't.
I've tried many times to get him over here, and I can't. I haven't yet, but I'm not giving up. Fingers crossed. Eventually.
And speaking of, what's up with AEW? Because like we were supposed to have an MVP interview. We're getting in the weeds now. We're supposed to have an MVP interview, and he worked over there, and there was a problem. So why we can't get it now?
Eventually, I know he's trying to get his podcast off, and that's why he wasn't doing media at one point. And that's all three of them on Van Fleet. I was like, oh, okay. But one day, someday. Yeah, funny enough.
You ain't a journalist.
Yeah, funny enough, I can tell this story now because he doesn't work there anymore. MVP, I saw him in LA, and I dapped him up, told him I was a big fan. We were standing there talking, and I was like, "Hey, I'm trying to get this interview with you for our podcast." And he was like, "Yeah, absolutely, I want to do it." Standing in front of the two PR people for WWE, and I looked at him, looked at them, and I was like, "Yeah, we're doing this, right?" He's like, "Oh, we're gonna make it happen." Fast forward to today, does not work there anymore. We never made that happen.
Never made it happen.
Yeah.
And I feel like he told me like there was like a tweet or something when I was like, "Hey, come through to the podcast," and he's like, "Anytime, just tell PR." And I was all, "Let's do this." And then
never happened. Someday we'll get MVP on this podcast and we'll all rejoice, right? Like the FTR thing. One day it'll happen.
It'll be great. We'll talk Fourth Rope. We'll talk rap. We'll talk the Hurt Syndicate. It'll be great. It'll be amazing.
Yeah, I've been in multiple rooms with him at this point. It's now almost turned into a bit. It's like this elusive white whale for us. We just can't make this interview happen. One day.
What a great guy, though. He walked past me at the end of the Fourth Rope, and you could just like feel his aura too. Like, this guy's major. You know what I mean? Like, you know, when you could just feel somebody's different than everybody else. That's what MVP feels like.
Yeah. Great night. Monday. Got up very late in the day, had some dinner, hung, and then flew home. Got here 6 a.m. Did a lot of work to put stuff on our YouTube channel and do some editing and other things. And that's been kind of my week of just, you know, working on things from Vegas, working on other things.
Whew. It was a time out there, Phil, and already there's been some rumors that WWE wants to go back to Vegas, and seeing how everything went down as we were in it, I was already thinking they were going to come back. Just because I was like, they made money in so many different avenues and different spaces. They can't wait to get back here.
Yeah, it's too much money over there. Yeah, that's the
they had people up at 7 a.m. giving up money all the way until 4 a.m. You know?
Yeah. No, that's the Joe Pesci line from Casino. It's a city made of money. They'll be back. There's too much money to be made there, and then like the ties to TKO and just how often UFC is in Vegas, they'll be back in Vegas.
Right.
I would say within the next 4 years, they'll be back in Vegas.
Definitely. With how UFC runs like 10 shows a year, it feels in Vegas. 10 gigantic shows, like WWE's got to figure out a way to capitalize on that, because they were making money hand over fist with signings, after parties, Rhodes ?
Yeah. Somewhere Nick Khan was doing a fist bump to Party Rock is in a house tonight. Everybody just have a good time. Steph was on the table, and we gonna make you lose your mind.
There was a moment where the DJ was like right when Stone Cold ran into the barricade. Then Nick Khan was like, wait, my money, hold on. Like, he had to run down there personally to be like, what's going on here? I'm making a lot of money. I don't have time for this.
Bro, yeah. This is another hallmark, not to just get back into Sunday night. I think sometimes if you've been drunk enough, you have an out-of-body experience where you're like, oh yeah, I'm out of here. And the stereotypical EDM song where it gets to the little countdown, dun, 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 and when you're counting that down in your head and you're ready to go off to it and you're ready to get your shit off,
you're getting ready for the moment.
You're out of here. It's over. Like, and there were moments where I was
getting ready for the Vegas jump, dude. It's over.
I was standing around looking at other people that I was in a circle with. From the outside looking in, I was like, yeah, I'm out of here. It's over. It's over. The homie Eric was like, yeah. The homie Eric was like, hey, man, I think I'm going to go back to my room. I got to catch a flight in a few hours. I was like, okay. I don't know where Eric went. He left. And I was like, we're still here.
Listen, I don't want to be mixed. I'm not trying to be this guy. I'm just trying to put you guys into perspective. At one point, I look up and Noel Foley and Frank the Clown are dancing with this, doing this exact EDM jump. And I was like, all right, I don't know what's going on here. Somebody wrap me up and take me to bed. Like, that was the point I was like, I should probably get out of here. But I was already like, we were gone.
I'm pretty certain that was the moment where Eric was like, "Okay, guys, let's go." And so we're sitting there talking to Eric, not Eric, but we're sitting there talking to Greg, Greg the Clown, by the way, for context. We're sitting there talking to Frank. Sorry, my bad. We're sitting there talking to Frank the Clown and Noel, and like in the midst of it, just like Mixie. I turned around, Eric was gone. I was like, I think we're staying, dog. Like, and
but that's when I looked at my phone. I was like, it's 3 a.m. We should probably not, but it was
Frank was really cool. I see him a lot here because of Warrior Wrestling and a bunch of other promotions here in Chicago. So yeah.
I still don't really understand why he doesn't have I thought he would like be working for WWE at this point. Like it's kind of interesting. Like the guy gets heat, like genuine heat. Like I was telling him that even then. But yeah, just like a while. That's like where the night was. Greg, Greg the Clown. But yeah, that's kind of where the night was. Like you look up and you're like, okay, we just danced to Flo Rida and Flavor Flav and the homie shout out to the homie Alex. We're having a good time laughing over things. Denise was here earlier. Shout out to the homie Denise. Like it just like
I didn't see Denise once we got into our shenanigans. I don't think
Denise was like, I saw you guys go into the club live, and she's like, I knew it was over. I was like, it was definitely over after.
She didn't belong in there with our shenanigans.
No. Now thinking about that video that she posted of like the first night, like she don't belong. Like Denise is not in these environments. You can't be sober. You want to be sober in these environments? No way. It's too much going on. This is like an overload.
We almost ended up in there the night before as well, and one night was enough. That's all right.
I'm glad. Yeah.
One night was enough. It's all right.
Because we wouldn't have made it to that Sunday morning brunch. Like thinking about people stumbling into that. Like the only reason it like really worked for us is because we had been sober people essentially.
Yeah, and I mean, I stayed up that night and like hung in the casino and like had drinks and played some blackjack and came back and got in bed. But it was way different. Like it was very controlled environment. Yeah. I'm just thinking about that. I don't know if I told you that when I came back to the room because you were asleep. I sat down at one of the tables, and so I won a few hands, and there was nobody else at this table but me and the dealer. And so eventually somebody else walked up and they were watching me play, and they were like, "Oh, I'm just going to watch you play yours and then I'm going to jump in on the next hand." So I had an 8 showing, right? And flipped it over 10, 18. I was like, okay, stay. This guy had like a 3 showing. He flipped it over. It was like 5. And so, of course, he hit and he kept hitting. He put down like 6 cards. And so I'm like, yeah, bust out for me. This guy flipped over and got 19 on the nose. And the guy standing next to me was like, "Dag, that was tough." And I was like,
see, that's why.
I played maybe a few more hands and I was like, yeah, enough. Enough.
I don't think I gambled $1 this time in Vegas just because I was like, you know what, I'm going to keep my money this year. They're already taking it in every other avenue. Uber, that's the real casino because they got all of our money, honestly, because they cleaned up. Denise said she took 22 Ubers in Vegas. I was like, you know what?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, usually I'll end up walking around a strip a lot, and I didn't get a chance to do that as much
because there wasn't much strip stuff. Now that I think about it, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
like the big show.
Yeah. 22 Ubers. 22 Ubers is crazy.
That's nuts, ain't it?
That's absolutely nuts.
And she was staying she was staying, I don't know. That's crazy. That's a lot of money. But shout out to her. Shout out to the homie Jamanika for showing us a good time and having a good time with us out there again. Alex, everybody that we saw out there was
Nyla being Nyla.
Nyla,
hilarious.
Muscle Man Malcolm, Waffle House, just like a great time with a bunch of people.
Yeah. People where I'm probably forgetting. The homie Shaq was in there in the building. I saw him a few times. Not the basketball player Shaq, the media guy Shaq, CBS Sports.
Yep, good times. Mixie, everybody.
Hella Mixie.
Some free drinks.
Send us your super chats. Make sure to get your wrestling questions in. I don't know. Ask your other questions about other things that we might be interested in talking about. Also, of course, send us your Humper Chats, humperchats.com/Fightful.
Yes, of course, as always, we appreciate you guys supporting us through Super Chats and Humper Chats and just being here in general, furthering along the conversation. Y'all are dope. If we saw you this week in Vegas, thank you for the love. All the kind words are never left on us. They just, it's just amazing the things that we see and hear out there.
Wait a minute. I just thought about somebody put a picture up. And they were like, yo, met my two favorite podcasters. And I took one look at that picture and I was like, yeah, I was out of there. Like I could see it, I could see in my eyes in that picture. I was like, yeah, I was out of there.
By that point, we should have been wrapped up, tucked in, and done. But we're trying, like, this guy's like giving it up to us, like saying all these
really nice guy
things, amazing things. And we're just like, yeah, but I'm like, we're dead.
Right.
You can find this picture on the internet. We are dead, dude.
Really nice guy. I saw that picture after he put it up. I was like, oh, that's cool. And now I looked, I was like, yeah, nah, bro. I saw the flowers around my neck and everything. I was like, yeah, I was out of here, bro. Mace, that was his name. Shout out to Mace, man.
Hey, shout out to the homie Mace. By the time we got there, it was like, so if you guys find that picture, that was like,
I'm pretty sure it's on the Grapsody account. I'm pretty sure I retweeted it. But when I looked at the picture, I was like, yeah.
If you want to see these two guys out of their minds, there you go. There's a picture of it. There's a photographic evidence, as they say. We're dead. But shout out to the homie Mace. Super dope. Let's get into a couple of these super chats and we'll move forward. The homie Meet Normus says, what's good, fellas? Allow me to vent. The 09 draft, my Wizards needed shooting, so they traded the 5th pick for Mike Miller and Randy Faye. Number 7 pick was Steph Curry. Took 10 years after that to fire It took 10 years after that to fire the GM.
Hey, man. Sometimes it'd be like that, man.
There's a lot of talk around draft picks and things these last couple days with NFL draft going
on. The Shador thing is nuts.
Some people are they pay for it in the end, or things go how they were supposed to go. Who knows?
Yeah, wild week of sports news. The Shador thing was absolutely I'm surprised he has not been drafted yet.
I wish that was the most major news story, Phil.
No, great. It's also got the Shannon's thing that is continuing. Shannon don't look great coming out of all of this. Everything about it looked very strange. And there's enough of it that I feel like I have to be careful with what I say here. So
yes.
It's ridiculous. It's but then also playoff stuff going on. We're well into the first round of the playoffs. Some good games so far. A lot of blowouts, but good games here and there. Hope Jimmy Butler is okay. He took a nasty bump the other night.
Phil,
yeah.
I don't know what they're trying to blame that on Draymond at one point. Like it ended up being that Jimmy just got some damaged gluteal something they were saying. Like he needs
he's got like contusion or something on his hip or something.
He needs those Hank Hill butt pads that Hank needed one time for his little butt. But hopefully he's back tonight because he changes what that team is when he's on the court. And that's unfortunate. Yeah, there's been a lot of blowouts. There's been a lot of we kind of expected this games early in these playoffs, right?
Yeah. Listen, man, that first game, Lakers, same night as night one of WrestleMania. I was sitting looking like, yeah. Wolves look like they're back. 1-2 games, man. 2 more games, buddy. Don't let this happen. Don't let them lose in the first round.
I got to as the WrestleMania pool party was going on, the game was actually also on the screen, so you could watch both. There was a moment where the Lakers were getting their butts handed to them in the game, and the triple threat main event was happening at the same time. So Philip Lindsey was like in a euphoria, like some place you could never imagine that he could be. But I saw him there, like he was like floating, I think, or something at one point. Like when the Punk video package went on, I was like, oh, my friend's out of here. And he was out of there.
Yeah. Nah. Yeah, I saw it. Just those guys getting cooked on one screen, Roman laid out on the other screen. I was like, oh yeah.
It's like, my friend's feeling very vindicated right now, you guys. Like everything that he said is coming to fruition right here in front of our eyes. It's great.
Yeah.
A great day, a great time.
What a night.
The homie Van Twinblade says collective greater than Mania.
Yeah, my favorite show of the weekend was Spring Break.
There's a very fine line between the two at this point. Lindsey.
I mean, yeah, but my overall favorite show of the weekend was Joey Janela's Spring Break. So,
like, there's a couple of things I saw that I was like, wait, where am I?
Yeah,
but no, as Phil and I kind of experienced, like, we talked about Bloodsport on the pod and kind of the vibe and everything surrounding that, and the vibe and everything at Spring Break was completely different. Like, it was a GCW show. Everything was there. Like, it felt like this is what independent wrestling is, and this is what it is. Yeah, Collective definitely had some moments. Reading about wasn't Collective, but a part of WrestleMania weekend, reading about Minoru Suzuki being very upset about his match with Butterbean because he's saying feels like it was one of the worst matches of his career. Feels sad, but also like, why did they have him in the ring with Butterbean, dog? Like, what? Who booked this shit, Phil? Like, I don't understand what's going on.
Oh god!
And what made it even better is like I watched him at that DDT show have like a fucking 5-star match with the doll, and like for him to be able to do that with an inanimate object, but then like have the worst match ever with the actual human is like that's what Suzuki represents, and I think is hilarious. So, but yeah, independent wrestling is not all the way dead. The homies at West Coast Pro, DPW, Prestige Wrestling put on some amazing shows. Prestige has their show available for free on YouTube. The West Coast Pro show is available on High Spots, and Deadlock Pro have their own streaming service. I think they just announced their app, which you can watch. Great, amazing. Like, if you like you want independent wrestling at its truest core, these three companies are giving you that. It's still what it is. So don't forget. Edward Polverari says is a new member. Thank you, Edward, for joining us. If this is your first time, appreciate that. If it's not your first time, thank you for acknowledging that. Mod Revolve says just saw the photo of Phil wearing flowers, crying.
Nah, bro. They came in there after a night of getting interviews in and watching that main event, and they put the flowers on my guy. Come on, dog.
Not them acknowledging Phil as your tribal chief.
No.
They acknowledge my friend as the tribal chief. That's crazy. Thanks, Mod Revolve. If you guys haven't seen that photo, go find it. It's hilarious. That's all of our super chats for now. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, a friend of mine's back home was telling me how he had a cold, and he got on Instagram and he was like, "My guy out there in Vegas with the lay on, having the time of his life, and I'm at home laid up sick." And I was like, "Oh, don't worry, I was laid up a few hours later." Oh yeah, not for long, but
it wasn't a flawless victory, as they say, but it was a victory.
Don't worry about it. Yeah, we've got some humper chats. Before we get into our humper chats, WrestleMania 41 is officially in the books. Very top heavy show, very mixed bag of a WrestleMania show. Last year's Mania was so good that I expected, like, oh man, we're probably in for a treat. Vegas, but then when I actually saw the card, I was like, I don't know. Very, like I said, very top heavy show. But the high points of it were great. The low points were not as great. Yeah. Yeah, let's get into this. No, we probably won't go through the entire card, but just want to pull this card up just so I have it in front of me. Of course, started night one. Big Jey Uso winning the World Heavyweight Championship over Gunther. This match was what I expected. And it was kind of my worry going into it that this match was going to be on that same level as the Saturday Night Main Event match. It's kind of the same match in some spots, and I don't think it was much better than that match. And it wasn't a bad match, but it just kind of felt like this is what you're getting. It felt very predictable. There was no way Jey was not going to win this match. And so by the end of it, I was like, okay, yeah, we got that over with. Then Jey's champion.
The finish, though, Phil, like having him choke out Gunther after all of this, that's the finish they came up with?
Well, they needed a definitive win for Jey. Yeah. After this build, you couldn't leave any doubt.
Right.
And so I got it. I just think the way that they got to him, putting him in the sleeper, didn't feel believable because it just felt very abrupt. But the match itself was fine. I mean, I think it made sense to open with Jey and get the crowd hyped. He was going to come out and do his entrance, come through the crowd, get people yeeting. And I mean, the match itself was fine, but we all knew what this was for. This was for the moment, that moment of Jey standing outside the ring, holding up the belt with the pyro going up behind him. And then you could see Jimmy slowly getting in the ring and they're embracing the ring. That was really cool. And just like him being emotional in the corner and Jimmy bringing him the belt. Really cool moment for Jey, man.
Yeah, that's what all of this build up, all the talks, everything, Royal Rumble, all this Jey stuff, all of this was to get this big moment for him who, main event Jey Uso became a thing. He earned a position in this company. He is super duper over. There was points in the bloodline Roman stuff where people were like, he should beat Roman. He should be the world champion. So this was an inevitable moment. And seeing it in front of that was dope. A dope way to start the show. The match wasn't that great, but I mean, nobody really wasn't expecting it to be.
Yeah, no, it was about what I expected. The New Day versus War Raiders. It was fine. I thought it was fun for what it was. War Raiders are a great tag team, and I think they don't get the credit for who they were before the Viking stuff because, man, on the Indies before they got signed, War Raiders were killing it. And then, of course, the NXT run and that period where they were trying to turn them into Vikings, and they started going through those that run of injuries, unfortunately, killed some of their momentum. But I thought they had a pretty good match with New Day. New Day, of course, needed this win to justify this heel turn. I think that the win came a bit too late, though. I think this win should have came a long time ago. But it was
after last night, Philip Lindsey, which WWE tag team title match would you have put on in hindsight? The WrestleMania card,
the TLC match by far. But this match got maybe 9 minutes, and that match was longer. So that's probably the line of thinking of why this made this show. But as we saw on both nights, there were some other matches that didn't need to be on this card that I would have rather seen the TLC match here.
Yeah, it felt like there was a bunch of 9 to 12 minute matches kind of scattered throughout the show, which I thought was an interesting concept. New Day getting a win is always great, like Kofi and Woods after what they did with this angle after the E stuff. Like they deserve to have something like this, but like you said, it's a little too late type of thing. It didn't hit as hard as it could have because they set on it.
Yeah, what you think of them coming out with their like Giant Gonzalez homage gear, and they had like the unicorns on the back. They had like a 3-head unicorn on the back of their vest, and one of the unicorn heads had shriveled up and died. I was like, that's graphic. All right.
Interesting take, but those guys, of course, love doing stuff like that. They love to cosplay and do things like that. So I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was great. Them posing with their championships in the gear at the end was amazing.
Yeah, running up the ramp after they won and getting out of there, all pretty funny. I saw a lot of people that didn't enjoy Jade versus Naomi as much as I did, and so much so when I had finally seen it, I was like, "Oh, I actually like that." I was surprised that other people didn't like it as much as I did. I I think people still have this idea of what they want Jade to be, and it's just never gonna be. Like, I just don't ever think she's gonna be this, like, I don't know, this like 5-star match wrestler that some people want her to be. She excels at like all of the eye tests. Like, she passed all eye tests. She looks great. She's in phenomenal shape. She talks well. She does all of the big moves well. I think that's kind of it. I think people that want her to be anything outside of that are just kind of missing it. I saw a lot of people saying that Naomi carried the match, but I mean, Naomi has more experience than her, so I would assume that Naomi would be the one that's leading in this match. And man, could not be any more happy for Naomi. She just embodies this character. It looks like she's having the time of her life playing this heel character, both online and at the shows. I thought her entrance was fire, coming in with the new music, ripping through the caution tape, and that little strut she had coming down to the ring. I loved it. Just all of her facial expressions and everything she does as this character. This might be my favorite version of Naomi. She's just so much fun to watch like this. And man, Jade had the great entrance with like the weatherman and everything. But all of the stuff that Jade did here in this match, like, of course, like Naomi is Naomi, but like the moves that were supposed to look like big spots, they hit. Like that when she caught her coming out of that blockbuster and carried it into that jackhammer, that looked clean. Like, and there were several big moves like that. I mean, the finish, I love the finish.
Power bomb, Phil, that was crazy.
She goes up into this like electric chair and then she like spins her around, power bombs her, gets her back up for the Jaded. I love that. I thought all of that stuff was great. And you know, maybe I just liked it so much because I appreciated that Naomi finally got a big storyline and some character stuff she could sink her teeth into. And I thought, like I said, Jade, in the moments where she was supposed to look like this big monster, she looked great.
Yeah. I think this goes to show how great of a worker Naomi is, because looking at her, I would, if they were like, what should this person be, heel or babyface? Knowing the type of person she is, how humble and glowing and charismatic she is, I would say babyface every single time. But what she's been doing as a heel, Phil, I'm like, oh no, she's locked into this. The promos have been amazing. I think her little bits online, like she's been having super fun on social media with the character. And then like just the matches, I think have been even better, like as establishing who she is and how she works now. This match I thought was super fun. It wasn't, like you said, a 5-star classic, but it was gritty. It was what this match needed to be. These people are locked into this blood feud. Like Naomi did this horrific thing to Jade and she was out for some months. And then Jade did this crazy thing at Elimination Chamber, took her out of this match. They're supposed to go in there. It's supposed to be gritty. It's supposed to look like a fight, look like two women trying to tear each other apart. I thought that's what this was. The finish, like you said, was amazing. That power bomb looked dangerous. That's how I love my pro wrestling. Into the Jaded, like just like a really great way to put a stamp on it. Jade is never going to be a 20-minute wrestler that does all these things and leads the show and leads the way. She's going to be great in spots like this. In the big moments, they might think about putting her back in a tag team to get her back to that hot tag Jade thing. Like there's a place for her here in the company and in pro wrestling in general, you know?
Yeah, hot tag. Jade hot tag is so good. But I thought she looked good in the match last night on SmackDown against Tiffany. I thought those two worked well together. I don't know. I just think people are a bit hard on Jade sometimes. Like I get the flaws in like her style of wrestling. I get what people are picking at, but I don't know. I think for what she excels at, it works. And I ended up enjoying this match.
And like these people that are watching this, they don't even want that.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think that's part of why she's going to work out pretty well with WWE.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, I thought Jacob Fatu and LA Knight kind of stole the show. What a moment for Jacob. It took so long to get to this point for him, to get signed to a big company. At some point, we thought it was never going to happen. So to see him wrestling at WrestleMania, I was just like, this is surreal. And like, it's not just he's getting a match, he's getting pushed. Like they've got the rocket strapped to this guy. And you can see it from his entrance on everything. I mean, him coming out with Solo, and Solo was really one of the top main characters in the Bloodline story for most of the year, and he doesn't have a match here, but Jacob does. That kind of tells you everything. Jacob has got his own entrance and everything. He's got his own like style and everything he does. Like the promos he does are just so unique to him. And man, I thought these guys had a great match. I think sometimes LA Knight unfairly gets painted as a guy that can't work either. He's like a big muscle guy, but I thought he had a really good match with Jacob.
Yeah, this was after watching that WrestleMania 9 documentary and how they talked about Yokozuna and being in the main event, and it was his first WrestleMania in Las Vegas, and how that family is so synonymous with the West Coast and this side of the country. And for Jacob Fatu to have like his first WrestleMania, first big moment in Las Vegas, and this is moments after his family just had his huge moment to start the show. Like, this was great. Like, this was amazing. Jacob Fatu is so uniquely him still, like the guy that was on the Indies, the guy that was in MLW, the guy that was West Coast Pro Champion is the exact same guy. Seeing him last night with that Raiders jersey on and coming in with that swag, I was like, this is that same guy. With the shiesty, I'm like, this is uniquely him. Nobody's telling him to put this stuff on. He doesn't have a stylist to be like, you should wear this tonight. Like, that's what he would really wear in real life. Like, just a great moment, a great time for him. For it to happen on the West Coast feels even bigger. It was great.
Yeah, all the NOIs were really on night one because Jay opened the show.
All right.
Then Naomi had her match here, and then Jacob, and then Roman was in the main event. So it was really, they kind of dominated night one. But yeah, I really like this match. Stuff like that BFT counter coming off of the rope. I thought that was clean. I don't care how many times I see Jacob do the big split-legged moonsault he does. It just looks incredible every time. And he did 2 to end this match. He ended up using 2 to put LA Knight away. And this guy like floats in the air when he does it. And I mean, I think the wild thing about this is we haven't even scratched the surface with how good Jacob is. And some of the matches I've seen him in outside of this company, this guy's going to be a main eventer over here, guys. He's so good.
I mean, just going to the point that you were saying about him and Jacob, like Jacob's walking him to the ring for the match, and Jacob like did a lot of work to get himself a spot on WrestleMania, and he has not. So it's Solo, sorry. Solo's walking him to the ring, and Jacob's hasn't done as much work or hasn't been in the company as long, but the work that he's done while there has earned him a spot on this show and earned him a spot on every show that he's been on since joining the company. Like, he's just way different. I mean, we talked very highly about Jacob because we saw him as world champion in other places and what he has the potential to do, but he's going at an even faster rate than I was expecting him to. I mean, his family helps a lot, and being in those positions helps a lot, but like, he's going to be in a WrestleMania main event like within the next 5 years, and that's crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's a lot of just who he is, how he talks, how he works, how he moves. He's just so dynamic. He's so unique.
I just don't expect that fan base to like that, is I guess what I'm kind of surprised about, Phil. You know what I mean?
Nah, I knew when he went over there, he's going to do well. He's just undeniable, man. I mean, he just does so many things that are unique. I mean, the way the LA Knight tried to hit him with the BFT and he just put his hands down to stop it and hop back up, bro. You're not going to see many wrestlers make that kind of decision and make it look that smooth. Right. Nah. And then like seeing him on Jeff Teague's podcast and just seeing how uniquely him he is, man. No, he's going to do very well. He's going to get a lot of media outlets that he can go up to and have that kind of interview. He's just a likable guy, man.
Unbelievable. Well deserved. Always, like, every time, everybody that I know that interacted with him on the way up all said the same things, all talked positively about him. He's one of those shirt off of his back for people he's down with type of guy. So like, this is a well-deserved type of thing. Can't wait to see him as world champion, but now him as the United States champion, I think is awesome. He's going to carry that in a great way. And this is only the beginning for the homie.
Yeah. I feel like both nights had a cutoff point where the matches were good up to a point, and then it just like jumped off a cliff. I
Mhm.
feel like this night jumped off a cliff after Jacob versus LA Knight.
Mhm.
Um, El Grande Americano versus Ray Phoenix was fine, but to get to this point with this, and I mean, hopefully Rey Mysterio's okay.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he was not able to wrestle in this match, and so
Mhm.
Phoenix was his replacement.
Which is awesome.
Great, Ray Phoenix gets his first WrestleMania match out of this, but then you're doing this Americano storyline, and like they were doing a goofy vignette beforehand where they've got like the voiceover for Americano, and it's like, okay. The match itself was fine, but to get to this point and Grande Americano just beat Ray Phoenix, I was like, okay.
Right.
But after the match was over, I was like, oh, they just acquired AAA. They're not going to end this that soon. They've got too much that they can continue to play off of this luchador thing. You just signed the premier lucha libre promotion. They're going to keep this El Grande Americano
because they can now send
for a while.
him over there to do things and the crossover appeal. It's unfortunate, but it seems like that's what's going on. Seeing Phoenix get a WrestleMania match after just debuting a few weeks ago, I think it's awesome. His entrance was dope. All that was great. It kind of felt like this could have been on Raw though, so I don't.
That was kind of my thing with it. It felt kind of like a TV match plopped on this pay-per-view. And if you were going to do this and just have Phoenix lose, you could have either done this on TV or you could have gave Dragon Lee that spot. Like I would have preferred to not see Phoenix take the loss here, rather.
After just debuting and trying to establish himself, it's a confusing thing. Like he could have also just beat Phoenix, could have won and he could have still kept the mask on. Like I don't know. What is this?
It's very clear that they want to keep this going now with some of the developments from this weekend. Tiffany Stratton.
We're going to get into.
Tiffany Stratton versus Charlotte Flair was one of those matches on this card that I thought was going to be much better than it actually was. For whatever reason, this match really never got out of first gear for me. I don't feel like they clicked very well. And everything we talked about with the Naomi match with Jade, where they had the right pace and they had the right intensity throughout this match to match their storyline, that did not hit here at all. I like when the match started. I mean, first of all, I thought the entrances were fire. The Tiffany's entrance with the Barbie doll boxes, I thought that was cool. Big Chaz coming out with her gear, hopping out of the expensive car, also great. But once the match started and they had like that strike exchange and they were hitting each other with the forearms, I was like, okay, great. This is how this match should go. And then they quickly veered away from that. And I didn't understand why they veered away from that. And then the other problem I think that we had here is kind of the same problem we've had throughout this build, where they don't want to commit to just saying that Charlotte is the heel here, because she wasn't really working heel in this match. And I think that harmed the match in some ways, because it was just like you didn't really know where the dynamic. There was no clear dynamic here, and I think that harmed the match. When it got into the spots where Tiff had started targeting the knee, which was smart, I was like, they kind of should have started doing that early in the match, because again, you're trying to sell this as it's personal now, so you wouldn't care about her knee. But the other thing I thought, and because I watched it 2 times. The second time I watched it, I was like, oh, I see what this is. You can kind of tell when 2 wrestlers don't really get along and they're trying to work a safe match because they don't want to look like I'm stiffing this person on purpose or I'm doing things on purpose. Tiffany came away with the bruise on her forehead, and people for some reason thought that she knocked one of her teeth out or chipped a tooth or something. But that was because she landed like face first when she tried to go for that moonsault right on Charlotte's knee brace, and it looked nasty. When I saw it the second time, I was like, oof, yeah, she hit clean on that knee brace. But yeah, I really thought this match was going to be better, and I was surprised it wasn't.
I mean, that's the big part about it, is that we know these people don't really get along, and it's exactly that thing of like neither one of them wants the other to get over on them, so they put themselves in not vulnerable positions for a lot of the match, and that affects the match. If two people aren't cooperating as well as they should, it's going to play out. And I thought this played out. Like, there was moments where Charlotte got her receipts and bits and did these things, but it wasn't enough to like feel like we're in a fight, because it was like, all right, let's get back to trying to work together, but we don't really want to work together. It was just like a going through the motions type match, and this needed to be like a fight, and it never really got into that intense fifth gear, who's gonna win this. It's been a back and forth contest. It was just like moving along. Oh, Tiffany won, that's interesting, and then it was over.
Good for Tiffany. I think Tiffany needed this win.
She did.
The crowd was very much not behind Charlotte. She was getting booed pretty heavily throughout the match. But we've seen this happen so many times with up and coming wrestler putting her against Charlotte, and then Charlotte just gets the win. So I thought that this was the right call. I wonder when that call was made to give Tiffany the win. Definitely the right call, though. I think Tiffany needed this win. Charlotte doesn't need this win. She's going to have other world title reigns. She'll be back in the title picture.
I thought for sure she was going to win, but
I did too.
Definitely needed for Tiffany Stratton, who I think in all of this earned a good position. Her fighting fire with fire for Charlotte got her some goodwill with those wrestling fans, and a big WrestleMania win against Big Chaz means a lot. So this worked out for her.
Yeah, I mean, man, I think respect where respect due here is because people were on her neck at one point. When they did that backstage segment, people were like, man, it might be over for Tiff. But Tiff came out and she came out, stood up for herself, and she wouldn't let it happen. So
she was one of the people that you got to talk to on the little red carpet there too. So shout out to her.
Yeah. Then we got to the main event. Main event was fantastic, guys. I loved it, and I'm sure most people are not surprised I loved it.
Surprised.
Starting with Steph coming out with his big black Dementor robe on, and he has like the big flamethrower, and he's doing like the burn it down thing, and then the lights cut off. Guys, CrossFit Jesus is officially back. Vince is gone. He can wear white gear anymore. It's not a problem. And that's when I initially knew, oh, we're in for a good one. He's back. He's back to doing all of the things, because one of the hallmarks of this character since he started doing the visionary stuff is I'm going to give everybody things that they want, because that's going to make you guys like me, right? Why don't you like me? And so this was the last bit of it. The white gear was the last bit. And watching him do it and watching how that crowd reacted, I was like, he won. He finally did it. He got everybody to come back aboard. Watching him in the middle of the ring, and they're all singing his theme song, and he's got the white gear on. I was like, he did it. He finally got them around, which we'll come back to later.
Yes.
Roman's entrance was great as well. Of course, he came out and he had like all of the people from his family tree on the screens above him. At one point, he's like mid ramp coming down, and his dad was on the screen behind him. I thought that was a really touching moment with everything. Of course, rest in peace to Sika. Really great moment. Guys. CM Punk finally got his main event. I have my issues with the way that he got his main event, but we're here. When this thing started and they did that like piano version of Fire Burns, I was like, they did the OVW promo, and they did like the play over him today and his older self, and I was just thinking the whole time, this guy's not supposed to be here. He wasn't supposed to get to this point. He wasn't. Back then, he was never supposed to make it as far as he did. And then even like 7 years ago, there was a point where I thought he was never going to wrestle again. And so seeing Fire Burns played over it, and like the memories of, him Money in the Bank and all of these things and that theme song and everything, and thinking like this guy is never going to get that main event. The last time he wrestled at main event at WrestleMania 29, thinking like that was it. That was probably the last time we were going to see him on a WrestleMania stage. Yeah, the other stuff that happened and everything from all the way up to the AEW return and all of this stuff, I was like, this is never going to happen for him. He's never going to get it. And so I had tears in my eyes watching him like go through this whole thing and then play like his old stuff. I was like, he got it. This is his moment. I was hyped for him. And so then getting the entrance with Live in Color and like, again, WrestleMania 29, Live in Color, Paul Heyman coming back. They did the exact thing with he had his hood up and everything. They completely replicated the WrestleMania 29. And again, emotional because knowing everything that at that time and the story he told about doing WrestleMania 29 and how, you know, he was miserable at that time. He was miserable with his time with WWE. The way they took the belt off of him, which I still think was wrong. Ended up having match of the night with Taker, and he was not happy with that match. So watching this guy in 2025 do that same entrance, and he was happy.
Mm-hmm.
I was so happy for him, man. Like, cause he looked legitimately happy. Like him walking around and like putting his arm around all the Live in Color guys with a big smile on his face, and like Vernon is fucking shredding it on guitar. I was like, bro. I was so happy for him, man. Like,
sick entrance. Live in Color was really dope.
Bro, they killed it. So by the time he gets in the ring, and like I said, everybody else is stoic. Roman is sitting there stoic. Rollins is in his corner trying to not make eye contact with Roman. And Punk has this big smile on his face. I was like, this is fucking incredible. And then the match itself ended up being really, really good. I ended up really liking the match. Like the bits of it where it felt very indie-rific, they were hitting the finishers right after. I was like, wait, this is a WWE main event. I was like, we're cooking. Man, there were so many good moments, like Punk getting ready to start a finish and getting speared out of nowhere. Pedigree out of nowhere. I mean, just like the exchanges of finishers were awesome. The story stuff they managed to get in here with Roman and Seth. Seth at one point had Roman down, and he's like, man, look, this is it. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Heyman or me or Mox. Bro said Mox on WWE television. He was like, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Heyman or me or Mox or your bloodline. This is it. And it really came down like, this is it. This is Roman's first time in a main event in like 4 years with no help. He's alone.
Right.
And so Rollins
hearing Mox on WWE was pretty wild.
Yeah. So Rollins in that moment manipulating him, like, look, he's the problem. We got to get rid of him. And just the way that Roman played this up, I'll give Roman this, that he is fantastic at like the facial expressions and telling a story in a match, because the sheer disgust on his face at the idea of working with Rollins after everything. He hates Rollins. Like, you could, everything about it, he hates this man. And so he's like, man, look, we got him. Let's get rid of him. And so he's just like hunched over, and I don't know, he's like, pick him up, get him up, pick him up. And it looks like they're about to do the Shield power bomb and completely annihilate Punk. And nope. Roman hits Rollins with an uppercut, gets him out of here. He's going into essentially his moves of doom at this point, because he power bombs both of these guys through a table, rolls Rollins back into the ring. Hits him with a spear. I thought that was it. I thought that was the end of the match. Kicks out, and then we got some of the other finisher exchanges that were great. The final stretch of this match was incredible, guys. It was incredible. It was amazing. We finally get to what is going to happen between Heyman and Punk and Roman. He's doing his I'm confused, I don't know what to do. He slides the chair in the ring. Punk picks it up, and it looks like he's going to hit Roman with this chair. Roman is looking completely heartbroken because he really believed that Heyman was his guy. He really believed, like, no, he's done with Punk. You know how much he loves me. You know how much he's done for me. I mean, he said that when he turned on him on SmackDown. But as I've told you guys multiple times, Paulie is for the streets, man. He's not loyal to nobody. So low blows Punk, and boy, Roman could not be any more pleased with himself. Again, some of the best facial expressions in wrestling. He's chuckling it up, yucking it up. What do you think? He's got those big fluorescent teeth showing. He's like, what you think this was? And man, perfectly done. Heyman gets on his knees, presents him the chair. What the chair means to Shield lore, to Roman lore, and for Heyman to present him the chair in that way. Excellent storytelling. He starts just throttling Punk with this chair. And Heyman's like, no, look, we got him. Whole time, Rollins is over the ropes, hanging over the rope with his back to Roman, setting up him, hitting him in the back with the chair, just like he did last year, cost him the match against Cody Rhodes. I love the way this was set up because he recognizes it, and again, the sheer disgust because he hates Rollins. He is ready to clean this guy up with the chair, and he like pushes Paul behind him. And I thought this was such a great moment to do it because he pushes Heyman behind him like, nah, we're in this together. And as soon as he pushes him behind him, low blows Roman. And he like rubs it in. He lingers on it for a while. And I love the look on Rollins' face when he sees it happen because he never turns around. He's expecting the chair shot. He's expecting to pick up the chair. So when he low blows him, he never looks back. He just stands up, puts his hand out like Roman put his hand out all the time for Heyman to hand him the microphone. Heyman hands him the chair. And the entire time, you witnessed this, me seeing it as it happened. I think at this moment, I had ascended from my body.
You did.
I've been waiting for so long since Royal Rumble 2022, watching this guy hit Rollins with that chair and cheat. I was just like, you cannot beat Rollins. It's very clear. You cannot beat this guy. You got shook in that match. All of the mind games worked on you. And so watching this, I was like, finish the job. It's our time. It's WrestleMania main event. Finish it. It's him with the chair. Stomp. 1, 2, 3. Seth Rollins. It's the number one top star in this company. And I thought this, I don't know if you guys follow my writing at Bleacher Report, but 2 days before WrestleMania, I wrote an article that said Rollins is done being second to Roman Reigns. So watching him get this moment and watching again, I was right. He got his moment. And the very next day, Heyman was like, undisputed, number one top star of this company. Because that's what this has always been about. All the way back to the Ariel Helwani interview, he's been saying, I'm tired of being in this guy's shadow. I'm never going to be the guy as long as he's here. We're finally here, guys. It's over. It's over. Pack that tribal chief shit up. Pack that bloodline shit up. It's over, dog. It's over. It's over,
yes,
buddy.
I saw Phil Lindsey ascend to the heavens and come back down to earth to celebrate his dude doing the unthinkable. Being at that pool and everybody's reaction to those low blows was
crazy.
An experience. I've never seen anything like that.
Incredible. And I know some people will be like, well, why? I don't know that this makes sense. Well, of course it makes sense because Rollins has been telling you guys the entire time, this is my company. Like, I am the one that is going to save this company from itself. And it turned into not just, I'm going to save this company from itself. I have to save this company from this guy. This guy is a cancer. You're going to let this Punk guy come back in? We saw what he did before. You got to get him out of here. And same thing with Roman. This guy is out of control. He has too much power. He's linked to a board of directors member. He's got to go.
And then like that same thing of Rollins being like, I want to be the top stars. I want to be the number one guy. I got to get this guy out of here. And then Punk came to try to get that spot too.
Yeah. And everything about what he represents. He's looking around like, no, yeah, let this guy that works part-time schedule come here and get a main event, be champion. No, I'm here all year round. You're going to let that guy get a main event? No, this is my company. And so I'm sure people will be like, what? But he sided with Heyman. He's a hypocrite. No, buddy. No. This is Daredevil issue number 50 during the Brian Bendis run. This is Matt Murdock throwing Wilson Fisk out that window and said, I am the kingpin. This is my company. I control this now. This shit's over. Wrap it up, buddy. Burn this shit down. It's over. I run this now.
And wasn't there a point where Rollins said he's going to take everything away from Roman? How do you take everything away from Roman? Got to get Paul Heyman.
Bro. I tried to play nice. I teamed up with Cody last year. I helped him beat you. Then I looked around and he's just friends with you like none of that happened. Look, Sammy's going to go back over there and hang out with you. Jay, after you did all this stuff to Jay, he's going to help you get your power back. No. I'm done playing nice. Enough. Get this guy the fuck out of here. Get this Ulafala stuff up out of here. Get all of this out of here. I'm the guy. I'm number one. I feel like he was going to do the above the rim speech. No. Ain't no more of this. I'm sitting at home waiting for you to take me outside. I'm the one. Get this guy out of here. It's me, bro. I am number one now. Loved everything about it. Been waiting too long for this. He's the guy. Enough.
Yeah. Damn, I kind of wish they would have switched main events because night 2 was a way different experience at the end of it than night 1.
Different. Yeah, I thought like for all of the stuff I could say that I didn't like about night 1, this main event, it delivered. This was the main event of the weekend.
A WrestleMania main event.
This was a WrestleMania main event. Seth Rollins now, guys, is 2-0 against this guy at WrestleMania. I will continue to say it again. My agenda has been laid out pretty clearly for quite some time now. I know you guys still want this match. We'll get into some of the stuff with Rock. A one-on-one match is still there. Just do the main event with these guys. That's it. Yeah. You can come back at WrestleMania 42, and this can be still be the main event. It's right there.
They set it up with this match again, so they definitely left it open-ended.
Yeah. What a night, man. And as we said, Lakers lost that night. I was like, that's your king? That's your guy? Enough.
LeBron and Roman in the same night? Who could ever? Yeah, it happened. Yeah, it happened.
Yeah. What a great way to end night 1. I thought night 2 ended on a fantastic note as well. The triple threat, probably the best match of the weekend, I feel. The women absolutely killed it. Io Sky coming out first, and then Bianca coming out with her stepdaughter and like the entrance. She always kills it with the WrestleMania entrances. I thought this was great as well. Rhea Ripley coming out as Batman Who Laughs cosplay as well. That was fantastic. But man, when the bell rang, these women killed it. They killed it.
Yeah, seeing like most of how the show was worked night 1, and a lot of it felt like TV main events. I was like, where's the shit at? When are you guys gonna get to it? And then kicking off night 2 like this with these women going 1,000 miles per hour and everybody working like they want to have the best match of the weekend, and then actually doing that was great. All the Io Sky bits I think were amazing. She's had a couple of great WrestleMania matches and moments, but I think this was like her crowning achievement, coming in as champion, kind of playing the second fiddle to the Bianca and Rhea prominent, who's going to be the who's going to lead this company into the future talks and things that they had, and her being like, I'm the champion, none of that matters, I'm going to come in there and cook both of y'all, and then her coming in there and cooking both of them, I thought was just amazing work from both of them. Like I was saying earlier, from all three of them, like I was saying earlier, the finish, I love the finish so much. They love the finish so much that they did it again in like 4 matches.
Yeah, I mean, man, they worked very well together. I think it showed just how good EO is.
She's incredible.
EO's been fantastic this year. I mean, she was really fantastic last year as well. She had a stretch of matches last year where I was like, bro, you got to push this woman to the moon.
Yeah.
And so I'm glad that she's champion. I'm very glad that she won because I did not think she was going to win. I think we expected Bianca to keep her undefeated streak here. And when they started the night by saying that Bianca's actually 4-1 at WrestleMania, I was like, oh, okay, I see. Mm-hmm. I see. And I still was somehow surprised that she lost, even with that call, because I was like, wait a minute, they're counting that Battle Royal now. They never counted that Battle Royal before. Interesting. But yeah, I thought she looked great. I thought Rhea played her part well. Very glad to see Bianca back in big title matches because this is where she belongs. She's a big match wrestler, and she performed incredibly well here. But yeah, this was a crowning achievement for Io Sky in a lot of ways. Just all of you can see how happy all of her peers were, all of the women that came over for Stardom that were watching. And I think it was Shinsuke that put up that she was the first Japanese wrestler to win at WrestleMania in over 20 years, which is crazy. But just what this means as well. Stardom was she was the ace of Stardom, and WWE does this thing quite often where it'll be like somebody that's a big deal somewhere else, and then they come over to WWE and they feed them to somebody else that's their homegrown person or their guy to make them look good. This is the exact opposite. They took their 2 people and lost to her. This is not something they do. They don't do this.
I was like, we're about to talk about a match where they do the exact thing that you're describing very soon here in this exact show. So historically, that's not the thing. They want it. They're like, our accomplishments are the only accomplishments.
Yeah, they want to make their homegrown stars look better. And Bianca and Rhea are very much like their wrestlers. They're very much WWE wrestlers. Io Sky has such a big history from Japan. And so her getting this crowning moment here, they don't usually do that. And I think that's why so many wrestlers outside the company were so happy for her. Like seeing Kyrie backstage crying, seeing her parents in the crowd crying. It just, man, really one of the best moments of the weekend for Io, man. So happy for her. And the match was phenomenal. I think, like, of course, the other 2 women in this match have nothing to be ashamed of and lost. They were incredible.
It was more about them collectively going out there and killing it, and that's exactly what they did. Yeah, the Japanese thing's so interesting because Shinsuke bringing it up is interesting because him and Asuka, there were moments that they should have had big WrestleMania moments, and it just didn't work out the way that it should have. So for it to work out for Io, I think was important for them to be a part of it. I think it's awesome, and Io deserves it.
Very much deserved it. One of the best wrestlers in the world, in my opinion. And man, just so glad that she got this moment. Just from beating Rhea after Elimination Chamber all the way up to this point, I think she's been booked incredibly well. I am very surprised because I did not think it would go this way because we've seen it go the opposite way so many times. But very pleasantly surprised by this. Happy to be wrong. Great moment for her, man.
She's awesome.
Yeah. Drew McIntyre versus Damian Priest. I thought that this was good for what it was, but it's kind of the same thing I was saying about the Charlotte match, where at points it felt very formulaic. It felt very safe, and you're selling this as this dangerous street fight. And at points it didn't feel like that at all.
No, it was just like a WWE brawl. And it's like, no, this needs to feel like these guys need to be separated. You like all the buildup that has security involved and these guys want to rip each other apart, and that's not really the vibes when the match starts to go down and you guys are just like, all right, let's get set up here, let's do this table spot here, let's do this kendo stick spot here. The intensity just wasn't as there as it should have been, maybe because Drew Mac both these guys probably should have been involved in like title matches or something else. So it feels like they were just like, oh, let's go out here and do this WrestleMania match because we got a spot on the card, but we should have more.
Yeah. I mean, I came away from it impressed with Drew, and I'm just like, this guy, you got to put this guy in the world title picture this year. He's just so good. He's got such great presence. When he did his entrance, he just feels like a massive star. I mean, same thing with Damian. Damian just feels like a star, man. Coming out with Slayer, like coming from where he was like a year ago. Like this guy, he feels like a big star, and it just feels like they could have done more with the two of them.
This is when like the main event scene and them focusing on long title reigns gets frustrating, because guys like these should be involved in the title picture more often, but they have to like play the backseat to angles and times and things, and it sometimes could be a detriment.
Yeah. I thought the 4-way was good for the Intercontinental title. Dominic Mysterio is the champion. Everybody was saying it was happening. You could feel it happening when the crowd was going up for him. I was like, yeah. Halfway through the match, I was like, yeah, Dom's gonna win this thing.
Issues are being conflated, Philip Lindsey, because yes, is Dominic Mysterio over? Very. Did he get a lot of heel heat? Yes. Does that mean he's a great pro wrestler? No. Because I've seen a lot of people this week being like, this is why Dom's the best. Blah. I'm like, wait a second, hold on. We're moving pretty fast here.
I mean, this felt like a scenario we've seen in wrestling multiple times where the audience is demanding somebody turns heel, then they turn heel and they become likable, and they become such a fixture on the show that the audience likes them. And then when they get the big win, at this point, the crowd is behind him. And so that's what this was. Like the crowd at this point, he's not a heel anymore at this point.
Because they've been along for the ride.
Yes. And so in that way, you know, they very much invested a lot of time into Dominic Mysterio. And so I think that part of it is great in itself, that this hasn't fallen flat on his face. Their audience likes this guy. That's very clear. And so this was a success. You got to feel like Ray was somewhere very happy, because this guy could ended up on NXT taking a completely different route. And for the route that he took, it ended up working out for him.
Yeah, there was some times people were talking crazy about him and where he was going to end up, and the Nepo baby stuff, and never gonna amount to who his dad is. But like, he's taking all that in stride and like really carved his own position in WWE. And that pop, like, people were going pretty ham for his win.
Yes. But yeah, Dominic Mysterio picked up the win here. Braun Breaker continues to be an absolute beast. He was fantastic in this match. The spear that he hit Carlito with through the table was absolutely disgusting. This guy will be world champion within the next year or two. Like, you can see it at some point when he was getting pushed very heavily on NXT 2.0. I didn't get it. Yeah, I see it now. He got it all working. He's got the catchphrases. He's just got the look. I mean, his theme music is better. He's got it.
When this match was announced, I was like, oh, Braun's probably gonna lose because it's time for him to move on already. And then like seeing what happened the next night, I was, oh yeah, it makes sense that he lost that belt, because he's starting to get bigger than being just the IC champion. Like, he's on his way to be world champion.
Yeah, I thought, by the way, that was a good touch with Jey Uso. Of course, Jey Uso was the guy that brought the blue accents to the IC title. So on his world title, his side plates have the blue accents. I thought that was a nice touch.
Yeah, super dope.
Yeah, Penta's first WrestleMania match, I thought he looked great. Looks like a big star as well. He fits so well here, which, again, not surprised because it's Penta and he's incredible. But, man, he fits so well with this company.
Dude, both of those guys having their WrestleMania debuts on separate nights is that's probably so crazy for them and their family and where they were, and now both of them have WrestleMania matches under their belts is crazy.
Yeah, and they keep they keep referencing them together. His brother wrestled on night one. Their gear looks similar. They're selling merch that looks similar. Eventually, they're gonna do tag team wrestling, and it's gonna be nuts.
Yeah, people are gonna be pretty primed and set up for it.
Yes. Finn Balor also looked good again. Finn Balor's such an interesting case because he always finds a way to stand out in the crowd. They came out with the lime green mask and like the jacket and everything. Nobody on that roster has like the effortless style that this guy does. It's just something about Finn Balor. It's been like that since Japan. Like he knows how to stand out. And it's just crazy that he hasn't made it back to the world title yet. And it just feels like every time he's like right there, he's in a storyline that ends up being a mid-card thing or ends up being like a side quest. It's like, man, just put this guy back in the world title, man. This guy, it just feels like at this point it's probably never going to happen. I hope I'm wrong, but it's just like it should have happened by now.
I'd be very surprised with who's lined up to be world champions coming up. Like there's 5 guys that are ahead of him right now, and it shouldn't be like that because, like you said, he always, in any position that he's put in, he always excels. He's still a big name. Like people still recognize him and cheer for him, and he still works the exact same way that he always has, which is awesome. So there's still a place for him. I think Jey Uso is going to continuously need contenders and things on the way up. Well, for however long his title reign is, and Finn is always that.
Yeah, I just think about like random things, like him going back to NXT and having this great run, and then he came back, and I thought that was going to be the thing that pushed him forward, and then it didn't. I don't know. I don't get it.
I think about those matches with him and Kyle in NXT all the time. I was like, that shit was crazy.
Fantastic, man. He had such a good run, and I wasn't really enthused about him going to NXT, but he had such a good run, and then he came back, and they did nothing with it.
Nope.
What can you do? But yeah, fun fatal 4-way overall. Randy Orton's open challenge was up next. We both were on either the Miro bandwagon or Aleister Black. Both of those guys ended up returning during the week.
They're back.
I don't think either of us would have picked Joe Hendry on our bingo card. What a pop for that guy! Like that. I mean, say what you will about the scenario and how this was done. Could not be any more happy for him. Just knowing where he came from, what Culture Pro Wrestling, and at some point when that went under being an indie wrestler and making it all the way up to this point, being in a Royal Rumble and making your WrestleMania debut, and as soon as people heard the first few words of that song, they popped huge. They knew they were singing the words to it. They knew the words when he stood in the middle of the ramp and he waved his arms. They waved with him. I was like, this guy's out of here, bro. I mean, we already knew it, but he's out of here, man. And yeah, I mean, despite my thoughts about how he was treated as champion here and how TNA was treated here, I was really happy for him because, man, what a moment. He got a WrestleMania moment. He got merch. The merch is selling incredibly well. He's got a WWE shirt that's selling really well, and he's a TNA wrestler. That's wild.
Issues were again being conflated all week on this exact thing. Joe Hendry, this worked for him. He's over, huge pop. I thought the camera angle of showing him, all that was awesome. He's gonna get a WWE contract off of this.
Yes.
He's gonna get a big run. Like this moment for that wrestler worked. But, and there's a big but, this guy is the world champion for TNA wrestling currently.
Yes.
And he went into that match and was squashed, hit with an RKO, 1, 2, 3, and then after the match is over, hit with another RKO. And he's the world champion of another company, one that's supposed to be reputable, one that's supposed to be all these things, one that you guys have told us you're in a partnership with. that was horrible for TNA. For Joe Hendry, great. For TNA, horrible. There's no way that they could ever justify what they did. It showed it on Thursday when none of the people on the show watched. None of the people from WrestleMania came over to watch TNA. No one's ever going to care about TNA. I left that match not thinking, damn, I can't wait to see TNA on Thursday. I left it thinking that's a great moment for Joe Hendry, but he's the world champion of a fucking company, Phil. So I don't know where to land on this. TNA and a bunch of people that like TNA have shown me that it doesn't fucking matter and they don't care, but I still care about the sanctity of pro wrestling and what a world champion should be.
Yeah, it's every time this kind of thing happens and then somebody like this sucks for the championship and what this means, and people are like, oh, you guys think everybody's buried. I don't think that they buried him, because people use that word too loosely, and of course I think people don't really know how to use the word because it's not a word that they should know anyway. It's exactly. It's an industry term and they're using it incorrectly. I don't think he was buried here, but
this worked for him.
There's no way in the world a champion from any other brand would go somewhere and be booked this way and it would be okay. Like Obafemi. If Obafemi went to TNA, there's no way in the world WWE would agree to let him get pinned in 3 minutes. No way.
Like if he went over there and they were like, all right, he's wrestling Dango on fucking, or, you know, at Bound for Glory, and then he's going to come in and Dango's going to squash him in 3 minutes and then hit his spot afterwards, they would fucking laugh them out of the building.
They would never allow that to happen. I mean, you could pick anybody over there. Matt Hardy, Jeff Hardy, anybody with a name, Nick Nemeth. They would not let their champion go over there and get beat in 3 minutes and pinned. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's just not something they would do.
Never.
But, I mean, again, there's so many great things about this. The report that came out that Randy Orton handpicked Joe Hendry, that says a lot about him. To get that kind of endorsement from Orton and to get an endorsement from Cena and all of these big names that matter, again, that's very promising for him. But yeah, for their champion, like this made their champion look like a joke, and it didn't make Joe Hendry look like a joke because of course Joe Hendry, for better or worse, people are going to put him in that category with meme wrestlers, but it just made their championship look like it didn't matter. Like, because again, no champion from any other company would be booked this way.
Like, exactly, they just wouldn't do that themselves. Is the craziest part for me. Like, they're like, oh yeah, it's a rub, it's this and this. It's like, but they wouldn't return the rub, and they wouldn't do this for anybody else. And like, Joe Hendry is great. He's going to benefit from this. He's going to win. But like TNA, you look crazy. And the moments where like you got a pay-per-view coming up this weekend. They didn't say anything about your pay-per-view. Like, what do you get out of this? That's all I'm saying. Like, I'll care about wrestling, having more places that are viable for wrestlers to wrestle. And like this, if you guys are just trying to get bought out by WWE, just say that so we can all move on. But if I'm trying to save the sanctity of what your promotion represents, you got to do better than this.
Yeah. To have two moments with this guy where he gets one of the loudest pops of the night, because the same thing happened in the Rumble. He got an incredible pop, and then the way he got thrown out of the ring was kind of like, what? And same thing happened here. It's like he had this great moment and he comes in there, gets beat in 3 minutes. And I think what makes it worse is not just that he got beat in 3 minutes, but then he took his finisher again afterwards. I'm like, well, why did he need to?
Like, if he would have just beat him, hit him with the RKO 1, 2, 3, raise his hand and left, I would have been like, that's great. But to hit him with another RKO was like, oh, that's a little excessive. I don't know.
Yeah, strange. Yeah, what I was saying earlier, that line where the show jumped off a cliff, this was it. This was it where the show jumped off a cliff, because Logan Paul versus AJ Styles was another match right up there with Charlotte versus Tiffany. I thought this was going to be the good match. I think I was on here last week saying that this was going to be AJ Styles' marquee match. This was going to end up being one of his best WrestleMania matches. It wasn't. I'm beginning to get annoyed with WWE telling me over and over again how good Logan Paul is and how quickly he's picked this up, because it feels like not enough show and way too much tell. Like commentary multiple times telling us, well, oh well, he's hated for this reason. It's just because people are jealous of him, and it's like that's not how these things work. Like you know why wrestling fans probably hate this guy because he's seen as an outsider. He's seen as a guy that's being pushed over wrestlers, and it's not being done in an organic way. It feels contrived, and so that's part of why the reason why people don't like him. Also, you have the stuff that we know about him as a person that other people just don't like. The interesting thing about this weekend and how we came into this with the quote from Vanity Fair and some of the other MAGA stuff. Every time they put somebody on screen that has that kind of reputation of being linked to that side, they got booed. Kobe Covington, booed.
Booed. Tony the roast guy, booed.
Tony Hinchfield, booed.
Dana White,
booed.
This is
what I'm saying. It's like you can't take that part out of it and act like, oh well, yeah, these people are just jealous because he's in a good position. He makes a lot of money and he's really athletic and all this. No, that's not what this is. And like commentary trying to tell us that was very weird. But then also commentary trying to tell us, look how great he is. Look how quickly he's picking this up. And look, he picked up this strategy of using the ring apron in a way that look, he just saw him do that. He picked it up already. Look, he already can do a Styles Clash. Just like, guys, none of this feels natural. All of this feels incredibly contrived.
I saw a bunch of people. It's been like a year now. How long has Logan Paul been in WWE at this point? There was a point where they were like, this guy's the greatest rookie that ever has graced the place, better than Kurt Angle, better than Brock Lesnar, better than all these people, and making all these crazy claims about who Logan Paul represents. He's still the exact same guy now that he was then. Like he hasn't, like he's added some new wrestling moves, but it's all just like, I know my place. I have to be here. We rehearsed this match for fucking 3 months. It doesn't feel like a natural progression. Like by the time Kurt Angle was 2 years in, he was a completely different wrestler. Like he was an amazing different guy than he had came in as. Logan Paul still the exact same fucking wrestler who needs to be guided through all of his matches, and AJ Styles couldn't bring him to a good one. It's like, okay, this is how these same fans who say that the wrestling doesn't matter, it shows here because it's more about the fucking moves. You could do all the moves in the world, but what does it mean? Like this guy's, he does some crazy things. His finish is fun. He'll do the buckshot lariat. He does moonsaults and shit, but it doesn't mean anything when you don't connect with any of the other shit.
Well, the funny thing about that is I expected this to just be these two guys doing flippy stuff and doing big spots. It wasn't that. They tried to do this like slow, methodical match, and I was like, why are they doing it with these two wrestlers? That doesn't really match either of their styles. I didn't really get that. You had AJ trying to do like the crafty stuff, like using the ring skirt, and I was like, but that isn't how AJ's been used for his entirety of his time with WWE. Why are you trying to do that in this match with this wrestler who does like the big high spots? Just do high spots. I was confused. Like, and it was like the match was slow, and then I think it went on too long. At one point, I was like, this match is still going, huh? It got boring at points because, like I said, the pacing of it was so slow, and then we got to the end of it, and they did the brass knucks stuff, and I was like, bro, get me out of here, dog. What are we doing, man? Like, you had his assistant come out with the brass knucks, and then
hate it.
Karrion Kross showed up out of nowhere, and he knocked him out, and he's like, just put the knuckle on. Just put him on. Like, what is this?
Terrible. What are we watching? Why are we seeing this? It's too much. It's dumb. This is AJ Styles, one of the greatest of all time. He shouldn't be in this.
Yeah. AJ ended up losing because of the distraction, and I hated it. I hated the finish of this. I didn't understand the match they tried to create with these two guys. I just don't think that it worked. I don't think that they had chemistry here. I just didn't like this match, man. And I was surprised I didn't like it because I just thought for what these two wrestlers do, this is not what I expected them to do, and it just wasn't good, man.
Seems like it should have been an easy one for AJ to walk through this one, but they tried to work some kind of different match for some reason when this show needed more big plunder kind of variety style matches, and I thought that's what this was going to be.
It wasn't that at all. I was very confused halfway through the match. Like, what is this? What are we doing?
Mhm.
Yeah, I had the same reaction later in the night. Like, what? Why are they doing this?
Mhm.
Yeah, Lyra Valkyria took on the team of Liv Morgan and Raquel
Mhm. Yep. 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 Yep.
Raquel
Mhm.
Rodriguez for
Mhm.
the
Mhm.
WWE Women's Tag Team titles. Whew. This match was a lot longer than I thought it was because when I looked at the time for it, I was like, wait, it was that long? It felt like it was a lot shorter.
Mhm. How
Uh,
long was it?
it was 8 minutes. Did
Oh,
not seem
okay.
like it was 8 minutes.
I swear it was 4 minutes.
Yeah. Uh, this was the big return of Becky Lynch. Made sense because of Becky Lynch and Lyra's connection from NXT, and also the stuff when Lyra came up to the main roster. Fine. I hated the story and the execution to get here.
Yes.
The weird way that they did this team up with Bailey and then took Bailey out because she got attacked, but Bailey's not really injured. She's just not in the match, and this was the way we get Becky's return. I didn't like it, and I think it unfairly painted Becky in a bad light because it made it seem like Becky politicked her way in, and I don't know what happened here. I don't know the story, so I don't want to jump to conclusions, but I don't think it made anybody here look great. And then
Mhm.
they just had the match, and the match was whatever. It felt like a TV match, and of course, because it's Becky's big return match, she won to nobody's surprise, and it was just kind of like, okay, so why did we do that to Bailey? And then they just dropped the belts to Liv and Raquel the next day, and so I'm even more like, all right, why did we do that to Bailey then? Like, what was the point of that? Like, why didn't you just put the Bailey and Lyra IC title match on this card that we got on Monday? That was a good match. You could have put that match on this card. Why did we do this tag team match? And what happened to Alexa? Like that, I came away from this with so many questions. Like, why did we do any of this?
Like I understood why Becky's there at WrestleMania. Yeah, big pop. It happened. It's amazing. Like it was a good moment. It's Becky. But I was like, there Alexa probably would have worked better for story progression, especially when then the Monday thing happened. I was like, I'm super duper confused as to why the tag team title stuff got mixed into that when Lyra already has her own championship that they could have used to further this whole thing. So it was all very confusing. Brian Alvarez did he was saying that Becky requested this. I was you know what, maybe these people haven't been too far off on, like I said, the worst thing that ever happened to professional wrestling, creative control, brother. Anytime these people are like, well, I want to do this thing, I could do this thing, and I don't want to do this thing, some people get lost in that shuffle, and it's unfortunate that it has to happen that way. I mean, Becky's back though. She's a big star. Seems like she's going to be involved in the mid-card title. That's something, right?
Yeah, so there's a report out there that they pitched the tag match to Becky initially. I don't know what happened here. Maybe they thought they were going to use Alexa because the report that Alexa was going to team with Wyatt, the Wyatt Six, was out there as well. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know what happened here. Very, very strange.
Yeah.
And like I said, the match was just whatever. It just felt like a TV match, just plopped in the midst of this card. I would have much rather you take this and open challenge off and just put the TLC match on this card.
Yep. Yep. It would have filled that variety I was just talking about. That's what was needed. You need like a TLC match. You need like something that kind of differentiates all these different matches, all these the same type of booked matches and things that are kind of on the surface. Like it was something needed like that.
Or you could have cut some of the time off the Logan Paul AJ Styles match. That match, for some reason, went 17 minutes. It was the second longest match on the card.
17 minutes.
It's a long match. Second longest match out next to the main event. Yeah.
That is a long time.
Yeah. Main event. John Cena took on Cody Rhodes. John Cena is a very funny guy. He came out with his black ending credits, Tron, and
Blacked out.
everything was blacked out. He came out with his custom Las Vegas shirt, and he had like the towel behind him. The last time is now. He's doing all the same bits. I thought when this heel turn happened at Elimination Chamber, it was going to kick into another gear, and it was going to justify all of the hype behind this heel turn, because I like the turn. I don't think everything since has really worked out. And I said on Twitter, and I'm sure people are going to look at it like, well, of course you would say that because you're a Seth guy. The Seth heel turn is miles better. I don't think they've done enough with this Cena turn to make it feel like anything other than John Cena is playing a bad guy.
I keep thinking about when Cena turned heel and they were like, this is long-term storytelling. They always have this plan. And as everything played, as everything that played out after that film, like, that's a funny joke that people were making because this was not that.
Yeah. I want this. I want this heel turn to be good, and they still have time. And I knew initially when they started making all of the catchphrases and doing the T-shirt, the last real champion, I was like, oh, he's got to win because you've created all this stuff, and now you've got to let it play out. You've got to, because you've only scratched the surface with this heel turn. You can't do this and then have him lose and don't capitalize on it. You've made the shirts. You've done all of this stuff. He said he wants to ruin wrestler. You've got to actually let this story play out for the rest of his farewell.
You have to see what that means.
Yeah. So coming into this, I was at least intrigued. Cody popped me good. He came out with his guys on dirt bikes, and then he had like his Iron Man helmet. What a guy. I love Cody Rhodes, man.
I'm like, this kind of looks like something another guy would do. This kind of an entrance that a Hall of Fame dude that just entered the Hall of Fame would do. When he came out with the skull, I was like, all right, you guys.
Cracking up at that guy. We didn't make enough jokes about him getting 2 entrances on night 1.
No, we did not. But I was like, this guy's coming out right now, you guys. Come on, what are we doing here?
2 entrances, bro. He needed 2 entrances.
Oh man.
But yeah, we got this match, and from the second it started, I was like, okay, hold on.
Phil, legit from bump. As soon as I saw Cena take that first, like Cody shoulder blocked him or something, and I was like, uh-oh.
So he took the first bump, and he very intentionally looked like he was trying to protect himself in the bump. It looked like everything people report about him, or what people are assuming about him, is that he's trying to protect his body. He's not going to have
a big movie star.
Yeah, he's a big movie star, so he can't have risky matches. He's going to go out there and phone it in. And halfway through this thing, well, not even halfway through this, within like the first few minutes, I was like, okay, he's intentionally making it look like he's phoning it in, because that's the joke here. That's the bit. I don't think that worked.
It didn't work
with this match. I think it was too on the nose.
Yes.
And it did not work. Like the way he was rolling through some of these bumps, I was like, this looks so weird and cartoonish. And he's trying to minimize his move set, where he just does like he's working
like a plotting heel thing, like a big take my time to really dismember my prey type shit.
He's doing all of these basic moves, like basic slams, double axe. At one point he does like 2 or 3 double axe handles in a row, and I was like, okay. And again, if you're just trying to do some meta stuff and you're just trying to do character stuff,
that's the bit. He said he's going to ruin wrestling.
Great. But it looked silly because you had Cody selling all of this stuff like he's getting hit with all these devastating moves. Like he's getting hit with double axe handles, and he's like rolling and selling it, and it looks stupid. And
that's the part that people take out. I'm like, well, I understand what John Cena is doing, but Cody Rhodes is on the receiving end of all of that.
And the way that Cody's been booked, he's been booked incredibly strong for a year. This guy's been champion for a year. He beat the biggest star in the company that had a dominant historic run, and he's in there falling down.
Gunther and at the
You beat
fucking
Gunther. He bro.
AJ Styles, like, dog.
Yeah, he had these big, like, dangerous matches with Kevin Owens where Kevin Owens second guessed himself, didn't go for the strike, and Cody, the whole point of this was like, nope, if I get the chance to take you out, I'm going to take you out because I want to win.
Right.
And you had that scenario in this match. It didn't go for the win. Did it make sense?
Oh, Phil, hold on. Huh? Oh, no. Hold on. You would never hit a guy with glasses, would you? I'm like, wait, what is... Hold on. What's happening here?
The story they tried to tell with this made absolutely no sense. The match was already not good. So just all of the zaniness of this match, Cena's doing all of this cartoonish heel stuff. Cody is trying to wrestle a regular match with him doing this stuff. And then Travis' music hits. Boy, when I tell you, the biggest victory in this entire 2-night event is that we'll never have to hear Fiend again. Because goddamn, I don't need to hear that song ever again.
That video where I hate Logan Paul, but there's a video of him being like, if I hear this song one more time, I'm gonna find Travis and punch him in the face. Same thought, dog. Like, all right, you guys, like, this is crazy. I don't want to hear this anymore. Yes, that I have a couple issues with this. Like, from the fucking first bump, it was god awful, dog shit, terrible match. People are like, oh no, it was pretty fine until Travis Scott. No, when Travis, it was already off the rails when Travis Scott's music hits. But then Travis Scott's music hits, Phil. Cena has Cody down. Cena watches Travis Scott, who is taking the longest time you could ever take for an entrance. Like, he is just hamming it up. He's walking slow. He's pointing at the crowd. He's holding his belt up. Like, he is taking his time. And Cena's watching him the entire time. Cody's in the back, like, waiting. I'm like, what? Why didn't Cena stomp him while it was happening? Like, he should have been working over Cody, waiting for him. He waits for Travis Scott for what feels like 5 straight minutes in this match. And he finally gets down there, and then they handshake. And I was like, okay, this is
again where I felt like it made Cody look stupid, because Cody is laying there. And I mean, he is just taking his time walking down to the ring. Cody is like rolling the ground, just in agony.
He is already on the ground for not that big of a reason.
Exactly. So he's just rolling around selling like he is just in agony. Travis gets all the way down to the ring. Cena holds his hand up, like raises his arm while they're standing on the apron. I was just like, there's a match going on.
What's happening here?
And so the match restarts, and I mean, well, they go back to the action in the ring, and I believe Cody hit him with a crossroads, and he went to pin him, and then Travis pulls the ref out the ring, and I was like, okay, ring the bell. That's a disqualification.
It's over.
Ring the bell. Didn't ring the bell. Whatever. We can make whatever our headcanon up is that, Rock
it's a world title match. They have little looser rules. I get it. You can sell me on it. Okay.
Rock is in control, and so, the rules are looser, blah, blah, blah. But I was just like, no, the match should be over. That's a DQ. So then we get to Travis jumping in the ring, and I guess we're supposed to be sold on Travis being dangerous now because, he hit him at Elimination Chamber, and, the report was that he burst one of his eardrums. All right. But when you put him next to Cody, it just doesn't work. I don't buy that he should be scared of travel. And so, so he chased him out of the ring and hits him with the crossroads. He sells it like death and just lays out, and he pushes him out the ring. Then we get this horrible end stretch of the match. Goodness gracious, buddy.
Oh my God.
This was so bad. He looks like he's gonna hit Cena with the belt. The point we're supposed to get out of this is that he's having this moment of, I'm a good guy. I can't do what you would do. I'm not a bad guy. But I'm just like, but he cheated before that. And these guys had you on the ground beating you at Elimination Chamber. Kevin Owens did less to you, and you put this guy through a ladder and left him bleeding and then celebrated over his body.
did, yeah. Well, as his friend comforted him, you celebrated over his body with the championship belt. You left him bloody.
Yeah. So this made no
But
sense.
you won't even hit Cena. Like, what? You guys, what?
This made no sense. It looked like they were trying to do the ending to the Punk Hangman match where Hangman hesitated, but that was played so much better, and there were so much reasons why that worked and this didn't. Cena doing the no, please, begging, horrible. And so
Awful.
He gets low blowed, then he gets hit with the belt. Doesn't hit him with a finisher, just hits him with a belt. That's the end of the match.
God awful. Terrible.
This was bad, and it wasn't just that the match was bad in a vacuum. This is the way you're gonna give him his 17th world title win. this is the thing that
last WrestleMania, Phil. The last
his last WrestleMania main event. This is the thing that you're gonna want to go back and replay as a moment. And this was the match. This was so bad. And then, like, this is the end of Cody's year-long reign. You end it with this. Like, what?
This is how we capped that whole thing off. This whole Cody run, all of this was John Cena in a horrible fucking match. God awful moments in it. He was slow, horrible. Now people are selling me that was the point of the match. I'm like, I don't. That's what you want that to be connected to. You want a 17 title run. You want Cody's in. You want all this to be connected to a bad match for what?
This was not good. Yeah. It was like bafflingly bad. Like when it was over. When it was over, I was just sitting there like, what the hell was that? Like, what are we doing? Like, this was a WrestleMania main event. Like, I legitimately think this is one of the worst WrestleMania main events ever. At one point when I was thinking that, I was like, no, I'm exaggerating. But the more and more I thought about it, I was like, no, this was bad.
I thought initially I was like, that's horrible. I tweeted and people were mad. And then, but I was like, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. But as I done research, I'm like, no, I think I'm pretty right. That was
this was bad.
God awful. It made Cody. I think Cody got the worst of it, dude, because he's Superman to this company. Feel like this is all his. The crowds, the fans, he's put in work. He's done all this bits, and they made him look like some fucking dork in so many points in this match, man. I was like, wait, why is Cody doing that? Wait, why did they do that to him? Wait, why did it again? I hated that he just hit Travis Scott with a crossroad. Like, punch this guy in the mouth. Like, there's so many things I want you to do that I wanted to go down differently, and they were just it was like he was just to the mercy of John Cena. And like, that's not what Cody represents. That's not who you sold me on Cody Rhodes being, you know?
Yeah, no. I think with the year-long run this guy went on as champion, even all of the stuff before that, I mean, in his first year or so, he went forever without losing a match.
I just remembered fucking Hell in the Cell with the purple titty. He did that, and he was to the mercy of fucking John Cena's double axe handles, Phil. I want to scream.
Bro. That's what I'm saying. We've seen this guy in so many matches.
He's superhuman.
And this is it. He had to play along with all of this. Like, it was not good, man. I think it made Cody look silly. It just didn't work. And I get it. People are going to be like, oh, well, look, it's intentional because he said
he said he was going to ruin wrestling. Phil, you don't get it.
He's gonna ruin wrestling and you get nothing. He's not gonna come out and give you this big 5-star match that you wanted. He's not gonna do big moves, blah blah blah. I get all of that. I just don't think that worked with what you wanted a WrestleMania main event to be. And if you were gonna do that, why was this the main event? This was the last image you're gonna see from 2 nights of wrestling. I think that was a bad choice.
That's why I think they should have switched night's main events. Like, if you want to do this would have worked on night 1. We would have been talking about it, blah blah blah, and then we would have got to night 2 and ended with something that isn't a fucking dud, you know?
Yeah, and I'm sure people are going to be like, "Oh, but he's making a point. None of this matters." I'm just like, I don't think that's what you want to do when you're hyping this up as like the biggest heel turn ever and like one of the biggest generational matches. And I don't think Haha, guys, look, it's all jokes. Like
That's what I thought, Phil. I was like, listen, the finish, the match, none of that. I was like, that's fine. It's all on the line. The way that I listen to fans talk about this made me sad. Of them all being like, oh no, it's fine. It's a shitty match. He told you he was gonna have a shitty match. That's the story.
That's the story. Stories matter more than matches, man. Like we got the moment, and it's just like, but the moment wasn't even good. Like
the fact that we've gotten to a place where we can be fed shit and people are like, oh, shit's actually tastes kind of all right. Like I need shit to get to my next point. I'm like, bro, no, you guys,
no.
They could have achieved the same thing with a not horrible fucking match. I've seen heels, the best heels and the worst heels, have matches with not a lot of moves and a lot of things in them, but still get the point across. This is not what this was,
bro. Drew Gulak did a whole bit on 205 Live where everybody did flippy stuff, and his whole bit on the show was don't get on the top rope, don't do high flying moves. And that was the whole thing of taking away something that people wanted, but it worked because it was done in an entertaining way. This was not entertaining.
That's all it is. Like I understand what you were doing with the pointer you were going for, but it didn't hit. That's it.
No. So yeah, we got this, and I thought, like I said, I thought the match was terrible, but I came away from it thinking like, all right, I'm not surprised that Cena won. I knew Cena was going to win because this is right up their alley. They have a part-timer as champion, and what they can get out of this with Cena. I mean, when I saw James Gunn retweeting the picture of him with the belt up, I was like, this is exactly what they want. This is it. And so I wasn't shocked by any of that, and I do think they're going to get an interesting enough run out of this just based on the stuff we got this week. Because I mean, I thought the stuff we got on Monday and last night was better than the build to the match for Mania.
Look at that. I mean, I don't like what it's leading to, but I mean, I do understand. I figured we were going to get here. Like, I hate that it's going to be him and Orton, but I knew that they were going to do him and Orton in his last run,
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of this, and this is why I knew he was going to win, is the whole idea of him having this belt and holding it captive all the way up to the final hour of his farewell tour and saying, well, guys, I'm going to take this belt away with me, and you're going to have this baby face that fights to take the belt back and saves wrestling for him. Yeah, I get it, but the kickstarting this reign off this way. Yikes.
That was crazy. It was very entertaining because, like we said, we were watching it together and we were on the floor laughing at bits of it. So, like, that was entertaining. But what it did for, like, everything, I was like, that was crazy.
Yeah. We'll get into your super chats some more. WrestleMania Fallout and a few.
I'm blown away.
I'm still astonished by how bad this match was, guys. I just yikes. But before we get into some more of this WrestleMania Fallout, I'm gonna hit you guys with a word from our sponsors.
BetOnline.ag is the official betting partner of Fightful. 100% of the time when you get the odds from Fightful, they are coming from BetOnline.ag. And it's not just wrestling, it's not just MMA and boxing. It's football, it's basketball, baseball, hockey. They have the earliest lines. You can bet big with the high limits and rebet functionality. They have the fastest payouts with winnings paid in minutes and the industry's best bonuses on every qualifying deposit. They've been trusted for 25 plus years. It's not some fly-by-night company. BetOnline AG has been there. They've done that. In addition, they're trusted by millions. They've got VIP rewards programs and a ton of popular games. BetOnline.ag, that's where I go to make my bets. That's where I suggest you go to, my friends. Please just bet what you can and bet responsibly.
As always, bet what you can. Please bet responsibly. But for all your sports betting needs, betonline.ag, the place to go. I'm seeing in our chat that Shador was picked, and I saw where Shador is picked. Oof.
What was the number?
He's picked 5th in the current round. I think we're in the 4th round of the draft. And he got selected by the Cleveland Browns, which
Oh,
oh no, oh boy.
no, I don't think they projected that one, Phil. They probably were in like, yeah,
Oh, we're in the 5th round, not the 4th round.
fifth in the 5th round to the Browns is not really
Oh.
not ideal, as they
Follow-
say.
Following up such great quarterback prospects as Couch, Johnny Football.
Yep. There's been some fun quarterback discussion in Cleveland, and it's going to continue.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's on a team, Phil. That's the goal, is to get on a squad and make the best of it. So,
yeah. Before the weekend was out, Saturday, we got the news that WWE acquired AAA. That was stunning news. I believe it dropped while we were recording the podcast. So right after we recorded
some chats, and I didn't. Somebody said, "Reg, are you going to go to the split show like while we're on the pod?" And I was like, "What?" I didn't really understand what they were talking about.
Yeah. So they made that big announcement. They also announced the World Collide show that will be taking place
June 7th.
June 7th. That's the same day as Money in the Bank.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yes. So they're going to do a AAA NXT show. That's interesting. A lot of ways to think about this. But straight away, the news was crazy. I'm sure people will feel away with Conan's attachments to AAA and some of the things he's been saying. A part
This
of
was
my
announced days after AEW announced they're going to be at Arena Mexico. Like,
yeah, a lot of things about this are interesting. Also, when you look at AEW had a partnership, like a loose partnership with AAA at one point. That was some people's first introduction to Vikingo because he wrestled over there. And I mean, just even things like the first year and the Bucks going down to AAA and winning their tag belts, Kenny Omega being the mega champion, and like, I mean, the Lucha Bros and like just the connection there. And so there are many things that are quite interesting about this. For a company that they didn't see as competition, they sure are doing a lot of things that are similar to what AEW was doing, and coming behind them and going, "Oh, you guys were doing that? Okay, let's close the door behind us and make sure you can't do it anymore." When I saw that picture of Vikingo and Triple H just pointing to him, a part of me died inside, and I was just like, "No." I mean, at least we got the Kenny Omega match, but God.
Not like this. Yeah, when they announced it at the show and at the pre-show, they had everybody on that little stage, Phil, and they're all smiling and just
Andrade's back there.
Yeah, Andrade's back there. Penta's back. All these people, like, there's some people we never thought would go back there that are now
wild,
re-involved with a company that they never thought they'd see again. So there's all these things that come into play. So they're all up there smiling and cheesing. And I'm just like, this isn't good.
Weird. Very weird. Very weird to see during WrestleMania weekend. They've got this panel and like the owner of AAA was in a crowd at WrestleMania. And I was just like, what's going on? For some reason, people thought Andrade's body language was off and they looked like he wasn't happy back there. There's a video that hit the internet of Andrade trying to like get in the picture and like all of them are standing in front of him and like he's like pushing Penta out the way and they're like play fighting. Really, really funny. And so people are like, oh, this guy doesn't look unhappy. And I'm like, yeah, no, he signed. It's good. He's good.
Yeah, I think he's
doesn't matter.
When when we saw him at the thing that we are talking about earlier, he looks pretty okay. I didn't think he didn't look sad at all that night. So
yeah. Very curious, of course, what this means for AAA, what this means for like the lineage of their titles. This very much feels like that big map that Triple H had up at one point with all the little yellow arrows and NXT Mexico and all these places. It feels like global localization. I don't feel about that.
There's been a few bits that have came out of this week that have been interesting. someone that represents AAA was saying essentially that business was down and they didn't have as many sponsorships as they would like. And so if anybody's going to have money to get you out of this fucking bind, World Wrestling Entertainment is right there to take all the things.
Yeah.
I saw a thing that said they potentially have like only 13. They're only getting like 13 wrestlers off of the brand potentially. And because that was that was kind of the thing before all of this controversy, and what AEW had ran into is they have contracts tied into different places. There was the Lucha Underground connection thing, and Lucha Libre already, as we saw with Stephanie Vaquer earlier this year, like some people got handshake deals, and the way that business moves is different, and some people are just there on the love type of thing. So getting these things officially on the books is going to change a lot of stuff. I'm interested to see how they will they continue to run in Mexico on a consistent basis? Will they just folding their wrestlers into the company? Like, what does this mean? Are they going to send their wrestlers on excursions to Mexico? Like, there's so many questions that need to be answered off the backs of this. But I was shocked, Phil. I was genuinely shocked to read this news. Like, not something that was on the bingo card, as they say. Like, that they're trying to, and we talked a lot last weekend about independent wrestling and what they're doing with this, but them now moving into Lucha Libre a little bit more extensive is just so interesting, because you never know. At this point, we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it is impossible to not see AEW's impact on wrestling here, because AEW and AAA worked pretty extensively at one point. They were sending their wrestlers to AAA to work shows. They were sending AAA wrestlers to AEW to work shows. And so it's hard to not see this as, okay, like you said, they're in a bind, and this is a way to cut off some wrestlers going to AEW, just like you're trying to do that with indie promotions now. You're trying to dip your fingers into more indie promotions to stop them from working with AEW. You're trying to stop some of the pipeline of wrestlers coming from there to there. And that part of it doesn't feel good, because it feels like hopefully there's a plan here and it's not just you doing things out of spite.
Yes.
But then also what you're saying about like business is down. This is a story we've seen before. Smaller promotions, business is down, and then WWE takes that opportunity to gobble them up and assimilate them into their product. I mean, you name it, Evolve, WCW. You can name so many companies,
like
ECW, that this has come out. This has happened to. Like, this is a story as old as time. So not surprised by that part about it, but it's just still kind of like, oh man, I don't know.
It's just because all of those companies you described, like, they sold us on, we're going to continue that. Like, they sold us that WCW was going to be a separate brand and continue this, but they're dead. And it wasn't long after they acquired, like 6 months later, it was over. And that's all the things that I worried. Like, is AAA going to exist in 6 months? Like, a history shows probably not,
Yeah. Well, all of those companies you just named, ECW, gone. We got the PG version of ECW, and that didn't last long. I mean, same thing with Evolve. With Evolve, gone. So many other companies like that they worked with, and it didn't work out well for them. And so it's kind of the same thing with the WWE ID thing, where people are going to go, why are you so negative? Why is everybody slumping their shoulders? And it's like, if we don't have the track record of this company doing similar things with other companies and it not ending well, maybe I could see that point, but it's hard to not be worried when we've seen how well this did not work out for other companies. So,
and like the ID thing is not currently hitting on all cylinders. So like, that's another thing. It's like, well, the things that you guys are already doing aren't really selling me on that. I just don't know, because like I'm trying to think of like what the pipeline of AAA was. Like CMLL seems to be cooking on a lot of cylinders. A lot of their guys are prominent in different spaces. They have the New Japan connection. Like it seems like that's the company, that's the premier one to go to. AAA was kind of a shell of itself. Conan's been trying to flip styles every time they have like a Triple Mania or anything like that. It feels like they were wanting things to go a certain way, and it went the way that they wanted them to go.
Yeah. Yeah. Was not looking to see that. The other interesting thing about this, of course, AAA's world champion is Alberto. What does that mean?
Huh. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's currently the AAA Mega Champion. So what does that mean? Does that mean Alberto's coming back to WWE? I can't imagine that they would do that.
I just read an article like 6 months ago where he was like, I'm going back, and everybody laughed him out of the fucking gym. But like,
he's probably somewhere like, they told me there wasn't a chance.
So I don't know, dog. This is crazy, dude. Like this, like they've historically had some kind of a relationship. I remember seeing some AAA guys be involved when they had like Super Astros and stuff back in the day. But I feel like they're just gonna absorb them in so quickly, and we're gonna just move forward and never hear about this again. That's the only thing that it's like, that's interesting. Another victory for WWE in the wrestling monopoly is just starting to get a little bit old.
Yeah, it's worrying. I hope at least that this gives those wrestlers a place to work. Because at least when we've seen things like them assimilate other companies, it worked out for guys because they had somewhere to work, and they created a completely new part of their career with WWE. I mean, Booker. If Booker came over there and he got a whole new career off of that, and then still working there, still contracted as a legend. And so, hopefully this provides work for people, and it's not just the company going belly up and those people just have nowhere to work.
Just worried. I hope it's not that. I hope they just continue this shit. Everybody's working. They get some new luchadores. Things happen.
Yeah.
But
it just already seems like a lot because you already have such a crowded roster, and like you're building this pipeline of developmental guys from NXT, and then you have the WWEID thing, and then at one point you had the the NIL thing, and now you have this.
There's WWE Evolve that happens now, and
so it's like
the LFG show. It's like there's so many pipelines to get into this.
Right. So where are these wrestlers going to work? It's a lot. There's a lot of it's a lot of developmental. Like you already got you just named 2 different developmentals.
Yeah, that's right. That's I'm like, how many spots are there? We saw with this WrestleMania weekend that there's not a lot of spots. Like even on the big shows, it's gonna be a fight to get fucking 25 wrestlers out of 400 wrestlers or however many, to consistently be featured and consistently try to get their thing. So that's it. That's all. They keep adding on to it. Like we just had this thing when we're talking about WWEID, like how are they going to fill all these spots? And like they're adding even more. So we'll see how this all plays out, as they say, and where things will develop. That's going to be interesting, that January 7th show, to see how they kind of mix this all up. They're doing one big show one big day where they have people for the whole day. So they're working. They're continuing with this strategy.
Yes. WrestleMania Fallout has been interesting. Just when we thought we were out of the kitchen with drama and controversy, there was more, because there's always more. It's just always more. I don't know. But I thought, for what it was, I thought Raw was fine. I thought Raw had its moments. I thought the Cena stuff at the beginning of the show was fine considering I didn't like the main event. I thought his actual promo in itself and the way he played to the crowd actually worked. And it did sell me on, okay, you still haven't really scratched the surface with this heel turn. There's still a lot of mileage you're going to get out of this. Like when he brought up the dates on the screen and he started counting them down, like this is how much time you've got left. And keep in mind, those are dates. Those are appearances. I don't have to wrestle. All of that stuff, I think it works for what it is. Now, this gets into what we were talking about before with, is there such thing as real heat? Because he was doing a lot of these things and the crowd was cheering. They weren't booing.
No.
Because he kept like trying to call people in the crowd out and going like, look at this guy. He's a joke. And like, they were like, I'm seen by John Cena. I'm part of the show. And so I don't know if it's having the intended effect, but I do think that they've still got mileage here. There's still legs to this heel turn. I just need them to get to it. I just need this to pick up at something.
It's never going to be a true heel turn at this rate because the fans aren't lighting it at all. Like they're just like, we don't care, dude. We love this. You're champion again. That's awesome. You beat Ric Flair's record. We love this. Like they love everything about it. He's not doing anything to get them to not, besides trying to berate them, but they want to be berated too.
Yeah, there are bits of it because I mean, John Cena's entertaining. He's a funny guy. Yeah. When he was still doing the gaslighting thing of like, you guys are manipulative, like this is a bad relationship. There are bits of it that are very funny. When he gets to the end of it and he's like, everybody get your camera out. I'm going to do something nice for you. And he goes to put up the belt and Orton RKO's him. And you can hear him say shit on the microphone before he gets RKO'd. Very funny to me. Orton seemingly kind of laughing at this Cena stuff in the midst of the week, also very funny. I thought their segment on SmackDown was good. I thought it played off of their dynamic very well. Orton, even in the midst of it, saying we're in this bizarro world where I'm the good guy and you're the bad guy now. And I thought that was great. Him saying he wants to ruin wrestling, and Orton very rightfully saying like, no, wrestling is my life. Wrestling has been, it's been everything to me since I came out of the womb. Like, my father made a living in this. I wouldn't be here without wrestling. My family would not be here. Like 3 generations of wrestling. Like this means something to me more than just a job. This is everything to me. And so I thought all that was great. And then you had the great stuff of Cena saying, you're not getting it. I am going to ruin wrestling. I am going to erase 3 generations of your family. And I thought Orton played it up very well. He's like, all right, well, fight me. And he took the mic away from his mouth and he's just like, how dare you say that to me? Like you can hear him off the mic. How dare you say that to me after everything we've been through?
How dare you?
he just kept saying, how dare you?
It's after what happened at WrestleMania Sunday, thinking of a match with John Cena and RKO Randy Orton in 2025, I'm expecting the worst match of all time.
I mean, part of it, when he came out and RKO'd him, I was like, oh, great. We're back to 2007. Hooray. And the time period that I was not very into. But I think this can work. I mean, it's Backlash in St. Louis, of course. Orton is from St. Louis. It makes sense. With their history together.
What a god-awful match we're going to see. It's going to be so bad.
With their history together, it makes sense. I mean, go ahead and get this one out the way because, of course, you're going to get to more of the classic Cena rivalries. Like, I definitely think the Punk match is going to happen. And then you've got other stuff you can do. I would love it if, now that Rusev's back, they do a Rusev match because, of course, Rusev can look around like, you were always the bad guy. You ruined my push at the peak of my push at that time as U.S. champion. You ruined everything for me. I've always thought you were the bad guy.
He was. He did. He is.
So I would love it if they go back to the Rusev stuff now that Rusev's there. And you've got so many other things you could do with him for the rest of the year. Again, tentatively interested in where we're going with this, but man, they got to get to it, man. They've got to. Yeah. They got to start kicking this thing into the next gear.
Yeah, it seems like that he worked one gear for this whole WrestleMania build-up and match, but it's time to get to the next one. moving out of it. You like the backlash or the what they did with the Heyman and Rollins stuff on Raw?
I thought the end of the show was very good. I thought coming out with Rollins, and Rollins stood out there and he let the crowd make as much noise as possible, which are all of the hallmarks of him being a heel. And then he got ready to talk and he was saying, the usual, I am a visionary. And before he could finish, Punk came out, and then, they had their back and forth. All this stuff with him and Punk has been phenomenal since day one. And yeah, all of that stuff, even the way they introduced Roman into the mix, and then the reveal of a hooded guy of all people taking out Roman. I thought that was a great touch, and it ended up being Braun Breaker. I think Braun Breaker makes a ton of sense here because Heyman has been talking so highly about him from the beginning. Punk has talked highly about him. Punk has said that he wants a match with Braun Breaker. I believe he said that on the episode of NXT that he was on, like, one day I'm going to wrestle Braun Breaker. So all of this makes all the sense in the world to put him with Heyman and, to put him with this version of Rollins, because this makes sense with what Rollins would want to do. He want to embrace a younger guy to push forward this generation, because he's tried to do that before. And when you think about all the other guys, like the names that are kind of in the air about people signing that could fit with him, like, bro, Jeff Cobb as their heater would be that would be fire. I mean, there's so many ways they could go with this. So right now, I thought this was great. I thought this was a great way to end the show. And then, like I said, Heyman ending with, there's only one undisputed, undefeated, number one top star of this company, Seth Rollins. I thought that was a great way to end the show. I thought all of that stuff was a perfect way to capitalize off of the WrestleMania stuff. The tag match in the heel turn was very strange. I don't know what we're doing here. Putting the belts right back on Liv and Raquel was such an odd choice. And then to have Becky just turn heel abruptly afterwards was weird. If this means you're going to have like a main storyline for the Intercontinental Championship, great. I love that for that belt. And if that's something you could build to, if we're still getting this evolution, great.
Amazing. Wild way to get there, though. They took the longest way to get there.
The execution to it was very, very strange, though. I don't get that at all. I mean, I get we're supposed to buy this idea that, it's Lyra's fault that they lost the match because Lyra made the mistake and bumped Raquel off of the apron, and then she landed on Becky, and it's her fault. But that was so clearly an accident. Why would she then beat her up over that?
That's it. Immediately, it's over. It's fisticuffs. You did this.
Yeah. All very clumsy. I didn't really get it. But I guess you're trying to lean in because some people are very much down on Becky at the moment.
Right.
But I just still don't understand why you did any of that. Why'd you do the return that way at WrestleMania? It just doesn't make sense.
Like, I like Becky as heel, and I think the things are gonna work out. But like the way that they got here is so crazy.
Yeah. I would love it if Becky joins Rollins and Braun Breaker, by the way. Like having her as not the first Paul Heyman gal. I believe the first Paul Heyman gal is Medusa, if I'm correct. But yeah, having her as a Paul Heyman gal, having her be a part of this. I saw someone point out on Twitter that people have been demanding for so long to put Naomi with Bloodline, and they didn't pull the trigger on that in time by the time she turned heel. And it kind of feels like you have these two things happening at the same time, so they should do it. And as we've seen before, when they put Rollins with Becky, fans do not like it. They want to boo them. And so this is your chance. You're going to get natural heat off of it anyway, so why not?
Like, it's even more reason to put them together because you know that they're going to boo them.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this could all work out on that end. I think they tied some loose ends that were a little bit better than the things that they did on the show in a few moments.
Yes. But yeah, you can always tell when Heyman likes somebody because just the way that he was talking about Braun Breaker. Which, by the way, Heyman making that deportation joke right after they bought AAA was that was a choice.
horrible week for Paul Heyman.
Absolutely.
Horrible. Every time that he was talking, not on a WWE TV show, god awful.
Absolute horrible PR week for this company.
Yeah, just I'm like
Yikes.
another thing. And then the roast stuff came out, and he was talking crazy as hell on that. It's like, all right, you guys, like,
Yeah.
maybe relax. I know you guys are leaning in, but this seems excessive.
Woof. But yeah, having EL wrestle Stephanie also great. I thought the Rusev return was fine. I think the way that they brought him back was a very WWE way to use Rusev. Tentatively excited to see what they do with him, but I thought that was great as well. Good to see him wrestling. I don't know what this means. I immediately laughed when I thought about, oh man, almost all the original Collision guys are now over there.
It's starting to be Collision. All the Collision delinquents, the ones that had to sit in the back, they all got a new place back at their old home. Very interesting stuff. Did it feel like, I didn't watch the full thing, did it feel like a Raw after WrestleMania? Was it still those vibes of what that show represents?
Yeah, the thing I don't like that they do, and this is a very WWE thing at this point, because when things happen naturally, great, but when they try to point out, like, hey, this is when the crowd is Bizarro, and this is when the crowd tried to hijack the show. Like Cena pointed it out, and I was like, no, just let the crowd react. Like
naturally happen when you say it. That's when it started to change. When they were like, "This is that crowd, you guys. It's gonna be different." Like, no, that takes away what it represents.
Yeah, but I thought that like the Cena stuff felt like Post-Mania stuff, him being champion, it felt like a big deal. You're going to get a lot of the mainstream television stuff of him being champion, and that feels like Post-Mania season. The ending angle, of course, felt like Post-Mania season as well. Even like stuff like the NXT people coming up. Yeah, it felt like a Post-Mania Raw. And of course, like the Rusev return, we usually get like the big returns and debuts at this time.
I just keep thinking about Dwayne. Everything you say, I'm like, I can't believe this guy. After everything that happened, this guy went on to this fucking show to say none of this was my fault. Amazing.
It was something else on Raw that felt very Post-Mania. I'm just drawing a blank on what it was. What was it?
The call-ups.
I guess the heel turn was supposed to feel like that, but yeah, I didn't like it. It didn't really hit for me. Yeah, but I mean, I think the stuff that worked. I thought overall it was a pretty good episode of Raw. But yeah, some odd choices were made, like the tag match and some other things. So it's just like, but why did you do that?
Like using WrestleMania to further angles, because we always feel like WrestleMania is the end, and they're like, no, we're using this to get to the next thing, and it's like, are you?
Yeah. Oh, the Gunther thing. That felt like a Post-Mania. And to show you how well that worked, and I'm not a fan of Pat McAfee. I just don't like his commentary. I just think that he's corny. Never been a real fan of it. But my dad, I was having breakfast with him the next day, and he was like, "Did you see Pat McAfee getting choked out?" And he doesn't watch wrestling, so he has no idea. Like he just was like, I don't like McAfee, so I laughed at he's getting choked out. He was like, did you see it? His face was turning red. He was killing himself laughing at it. Very funny. But that's Post-Mania stuff. That's the stuff that they want to do to get like outside or lapsed fans to tune in and go, oh, hey, what's that? And in that vein, I think that worked.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
Yeah. As you alluded. Just when we thought like the bad PR tour was over, and I thought that they had, as bad as the main event was, I thought that they did enough with Raw to go, okay, well, there's enough here where I could just move forward. Like I said, the Cena stuff really wasn't for me, but I'm like, okay, there's enough here where I'm still interested in his heel turn. And I thought the closing angle was good enough where it's like, okay, we got enough here where we could just move on now. That was a bad match. We'll just move on. The Rock decided to go on Pat McAfee's show and go, well, hey, guys.
It was the next day, wasn't it? It was Tuesday morning.
Yes, it was the exact next day. And he's just like, well, guys, I was never coming back. And it's just like, because people were upset that The Rock was
People
not
were mad. A lot of people were blaming what happened in the main event on The Rock. Like I saw multiple people be like, "This is The Rock's fault."
Yeah, he said a few interesting things here. A few interesting things here. People being upset that The Rock didn't take part in the angle that he started Elimination Chamber, and him just kind of being like, "Okay, well, the angle started. You guys don't need the final boss anymore." It's like, well, wait a minute, you started the angle.
You started this. I think we need you.
You were the big bad of this whole thing, and so to not come back in any way and to not promote it. He
didn't tie one loose end. Like I think there's some loose ends that needed to be tied.
Yeah, you needed to get to the rewarding moment of you getting your win over Cody and you laughing maniacally something, and we didn't get anything. And so
everybody was expecting at the end of WrestleMania Night 2 for The Rock to be holding up John Cena's arm as the world champion.
Yes. Not me, because I have been saying the whole time.
I knew he wasn't going to be there.
This guy's not going to be there. And I kept saying, he's telling you guys in so many words, I won't be there. And so
the reason that I knew he wasn't going to be there, because if he was going to be there, he would have did a match, and they didn't advertise him for a match. Like, why would they just have him there and not have him in a match? That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, so he revealed some interesting tidbits here. One, he told us that he only did Elimination Chamber to boost ticket sales. And that's where this whole
TKO called him.
Yeah, that's where this whole angle started with the selling your soul. And I don't know if people remember, we did the episode right after that Smackdown. And we both were saying this is very last minute. And there were people like, well, how do you know it's last minute? Because of when it was announced and just how it looked. The whole thing looked like it was last minute.
It looks like it. Yeah.
And so this very much confirms that it was last minute. And this confirms that it was tacked on as a way to sell tickets to Elimination Chamber and to give us something with The Rock in this WrestleMania build, because that's what people were expecting. But that furthered my belief from the debut episode on Netflix that he wasn't doing anything, because if he was, they wouldn't have done it in this way.
Right.
And so then he also said, well, it got to a point where I felt like I didn't need to be a part of the finish, because it should have been about Cena. This should have been about his 17th title win. And if I come in, then it's gonna be about me and not about him. Now, in theory, he's right.
He's right. Yes. It's just funny to hear him say it, though.
In theory, he's right. But the fact that he's trying to sell it as, oh, well, I didn't come because it was the right thing to do.
I shouldn't do it. Yeah.
I shouldn't be there in the first place. You guys don't even need me there. It's like, no, it's like it's double speak. And he's done it multiple times where he's trying to say one thing but also say the other. And that's why, again, I knew he wasn't going to be here. See, the issue
you
here,
think the fucking Rock isn't going to want a moment no matter what? There ain't nothing in the fucking world that's going to stop The Rock from having a fucking moment. So there was a reason. You know what I mean? Not just because you're a nice guy and want Cody and Cena to have their moment. That does not, no.
Yeah. See, the issue here, and the issue that has been here to me since January, is that he's been very clearly telling us, I'm not taking part of WrestleMania, guys. I'm not wrestling. I'm not going to be a part of this. But he also wants to say, well, guys, there is a chance, though, or keep dangling it. No, you can't do both. You can't be like, I'm not going to be there, guys. But, never say never. No,
never know. This is the wrestling business. No, you can't say that.
Just say you're not going to be there. And I mean, I get the business side of it. You want to sell tickets. You want to keep this mystique. But it's like, bro, you can't tell people in one breath, oh, I'm not going to be there, and then also go, well, never say never. And then when you don't show up, well, guys, I was never going to be there. It's like, but you
guys created your own narratives. I never said, like, I wasn't saying any of that. It's like, well,
bro,
you kind of want us to believe a couple of times you were arguing with Meltzer, saying he's wrong and doing all this shit on the internet to go against all the stuff you're saying right now.
So all of this is funny because Meltzer has reported from the beginning that The Rock would not be a part of WrestleMania. And people were like, oh, the usual. Meltzer, you don't know what you're talking about. Look at what The Rock said and look what the company said. I don't know if you guys have peeped this at this point, but no, the company very much doesn't want you to believe that guy over there that might be spoiling their television show or giving you information that they don't want you to have. So of course they're going to tell you don't trust that guy. that's not a surprise. At one point, he reported the only reason he was doing the stuff at Elimination Chamber and doing any of this is because he was upset that it leaked that he wasn't going to be a part of WrestleMania. And now, with the information we have, that very much looks like that's what happened. When you look at
confirmed,
when you look at how this played out and how he had to show up after everything to clear his name, like, oh guys, like I wasn't ever going to be there anyway. And guess what? Like this guy didn't want to turn heel. You know, I initially said that Cody should turn heel, which is also what Meltzer reported, and everybody called him a liar for this as well. And at the time when he reported, I was like, oh, that lines up with something else that we also saw reported and something else that I also heard. So I don't think he's lying, guys. And so, and not just that, this lines up with what I've been saying for almost 2 years now. WWE does this thing pretty often where they get someone and they come in with all of these things from somewhere else, their theme music, all of this stuff, and the fans are already into it. But because it's not their creation, they don't understand why this works. They don't understand the appeal.
Why though? Why do people like this though? We didn't create this.
And it's very clear that even though Cody's making them a lot of money, they're doing very well with them. I think a part of this is they still don't understand why Cody is so popular. And so because of that, they keep trying to do these things to change your mind and tell you don't really like this guy. And at every turn, the fans are like, no, we really like this guy. And so, of course, like they start building the idea that you could turn this guy heel. And of course, Rock being Rock, he comes in like, yeah, this guy should turn heel because you guys are going to cheer me, or you're going to cheer Cena. You're going to cheer the nostalgia. You're not supposed to cheer that guy. And so, yeah, you turn heel. But as we've seen in all of this, the crowd doesn't want to boo Cody.
They don't care.
They don't want to boo him. And so it would have been a terrible idea to turn him. And
it would have been so bad. It would have been worse than everything that went on to happen if they would have turned Cody heel at that point.
Yeah. So very interesting that he pointed out that it was Triple H's idea to turn Cena heel. And
I thought that was interesting. And I also thought that he was like, and Cody's still probably going to turn heel.
Yeah, which I'm not surprised going because, again, I don't think they understand why people like this thing. And so they're just like, oh, it's good. They're eventually going to turn on them. They just haven't done it yet because wrestling fans will turn on everybody. And I think that there's a chance that wrestling fans will turn on Cody. But I think the more they keep trying to tell people that they will, the more the audience is going to do the opposite. It's just like what they've done with a babyface that they want us to like. The more they're like, no, you want them to be a babyface. I mean, we're doing it with Charlotte right now. Like, look, we want you to like this person, and the crowd is like, no. And so it's kind of the same here, where they're like, well, eventually you're not going to like this guy, right? And the audience keeps going, no, we really like him.
We're going to continue to like him. He's good. No matter what you try to tell us and how you try to book him, we're still going to love him. And that's what's happening here. Yeah. And The Rock is still so baffled. He's like, but I don't. Are you sure though?
Yeah, they did the same thing with Becky. When in 2018, they're like, oh, we're going to turn her heel. And the crowd's like, no, we don't want to boo her. And at every turn, they're just like, well, no. She's the heel. Like, Charlotte's the sympathetic figure here. No, we don't want that. And so it's so wild to see that they've been searching for this baby face on this level, this heir apparent to Cena for so long.
Trips me out is
you're trying to turn him heel. Like, what? Why?
You got it. You got the guy that you tell every person that comes to your development, everyone that watches your documentaries, everybody that's invested in your company. You say you want that one guy. You need that one guy for this business to fucking thrive. You got him. He's the guy. And they're like, no, he should be a bad guy. But and the fans are like, no, we don't want that. I don't care what you tell us. We're not doing that. And they're still like, you don't really know what you want. I think they know what they want. Very telling language in this interview, Phil. There's a lot of coming out of WrestleMania. There's a lot of finger pointing from everybody. Like there are people that being like, it's not me. This person did it. You know what I do? They're bringing up old Triple H clips where he's saying that The Rock thinks he's doing this thing, but it really runs through him. And then The Rock gets on there and pretty much says, TKO called me to save the show. So I had to come in because this shit is not hot. They needed me for ticket sales. They needed me to save the fucking show. So if you want to blame somebody, blame that guy. And I'm like, there's a lot of finger pointing here. I don't know what it's going to lead to.
It looks crazy 2 times now where The Rock has done this. Last year, when you had this great finish, you had the great ending and all of this, Rock immediately comes out of it and is like, well, it's my idea to pivot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when it's good, it was my idea. Then when it's bad, well, that wasn't my idea, and I would have executed it a little differently. It's and when you have all this stuff that has been Triple H stuff for the past 3 years, 4 years almost, and at every turn, at one point, they were trying to give him credit for what's good, what wrestlers they brought in, and the relationships. I mean, nobody has tried to babyface themselves with the wrestlers and with the audience more than Triple H. Right. And so now you have the opposite happening, and The Rock's kind of like, oh, well, they brought me in because they didn't believe in what you were doing, or they brought me in because ticket sales were low. It's like, well, wait a minute. And to do that after, like I said, you had such a wild weekend of negative press. Negative press from like the PR stuff from the week before, that Nick Khan interview with Bill Simmons, the Roman quote from Vanity Fair, the stuff from Monday with Paul Heyman, or the leaked footage from the roast. You had all of this negative stuff come out, and out of this guy goes on Pat McAfee and goes, well, hey guys, I was never really gonna show up anyway. Like I know you guys wanted me to be there, but they didn't need me. Like what are you talking about?
They didn't need me. The final boss wanted to bow out of this, and like, no, that's not really. I think they needed you at least for the thing. And then Phil, for him to not promote, he wasn't tweeting about it. Like after Elimination Chamber, he washed his hands of everything, and that's crazy, especially with how involved he was last year. And people thinking that was kind of going to be the vibe again. This dude was doing fucking 18-minute Instagram videos. Yeah. This guy was invested in, like, for him to be totally hands off was a shock to a lot of people. And for him to come and be like, yeah, it's so funny.
Yeah. I mean, to do all of that and then this year go, okay, well, I just want to give the fans a little something and then go away. It just kind of feels like, okay, well, if it's not my idea or something I'm directly attached to, I don't want to be here. I don't want nothing to do with it. And to do that, and you're on the board of directors, it's insane. And for you to come out and say the things attached to this, I mean, there's no way you can't look at this and assume that him and Triple H are not on the same page. Right. Just the language that was used, the energy here, there's no way you can't look at it that way.
You can't. It seems like The Rock didn't get his way and said, I'm leaving. And they were like, so the fuck what? And he came and did a victory lap of being like, I told it was going to blow up in their fucking face, and I watched it blow up in their face.
Well, that's not how I would have done it. But it also just very much feels like to me what I have been saying from the beginning. He never planned to be a part of WrestleMania. He just wanted to give the fans something to tide them over for now. And he thought, okay, well, I'm doing a good thing for the fans. The fans will like this.
That's what that Netflix promo was about. When he was like shaking hands with Cody in the crowd, like he was trying to tie all those loose ends.
Yeah, I won't be here, guys. Yeah. I'm done here. Came out on NXT the next day. Hey, guys, still trying to give you things like, look, hey, I'm here. Well, won't be here later. See you later. Then comes back for Elimination Chamber. Look, we started a good angle. Both off of the shore. It's off to the races. You guys got it from here, right? I'm off. See you later.
And they were like, hey, no, Rock, we need you one more time. We need you. He's like, oh no, can't hear you. Gotta go.
I got movies to promote. I got this to do. I mean, and he said that during the interview too. He was like, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't overcommitting because I had other things to do. I'm like, dog, why did you keep dangling this carrot for people if you
That's the
knew
part
that
that's
then?
so
Like,
hard that we have to keep going back because he was on social
why
media.
did you do
Still,
that?
he was on social media still selling people on that he might be there though, because like he kept being like he did a couple promos where he's like, I'm not going to be there, but then anytime anybody would be like, hey, The Rock's not going to be there, he's online saying never say never.
Bro, this is all so insane to me, but also so funny. It's so pro wrestling. It's so funny.
And then the thing he did, his response to Dave LaGreca, and we're working, I'm working, everybody's working. What you do is a big fucking work too. I'm like, Dwayne, you gotta chill, dog. You gotta chill.
This is so funny because again, this is just the difference of where we were last year at the same time and where we are now. This company was having all the victory laps for a year. We're doing great. Record attendance. We're smashing it on all these levels, creatively, fiscally. We're smashing it, and we're putting the reaction clips on our pay-per-views. Look, the fans are loving it. We're putting these tweets up. We're putting the quotes up. Now it's like, hey guys, I wish you would just enjoy this and not criticize us so much. Like, wait a minute. Wait, and The Rock is out here responding to a guy on Busted Open. You're responding to a guy on Busted Open of all outlets saying they're criticizing you too much. Wait a minute. Hold on.
To watch the narrative change this fast, Phil, to Busted Open, who last year Dave was ranting in the opposite direction about how this is the greatest piece of cinema he's ever seen in his life. And for this time, The Rock to be like, hey, stop ranting, dog. You need to chill. It's
Chill out. Everybody's working. Like,
you're working too. And this is all work. I'm like, Rock, you gotta stop.
so funny, man. And this goes back to us coming on here after Royal Rumble and everybody going, listen, the internet doesn't matter, man. Like it's all right. The internet's not real. They don't care about the internet. These two guys that are two of the most powerful guys in the company this whole week are responding to the internet. Like
just the internet.
The internet don't matter, but they sure have tried to wipe the internet clean of this leaked audio. Knowing that the internet don't matter.
I thought the internet didn't matter, Phil. The audio should be able to just live in existence on the internet because that doesn't mean shit. Triple H got on the thing and said the internet ain't shit. The Rock got on the thing that said the internet ain't shit. And The Rock has been in people's Instagram comments fighting.
It's so funny, man. It's so funny because, man, they were so up. And within a year, they've gone to, they wouldn't even mention AEW. They wouldn't mention Tony Khan. They made so many shots at AEW in a week. Like, oh, we got you covered now. We're up. And it's like, but if you're up, why are you doing that? Why yeah, this whole week has been wild for them.
So he's the TKO spokesperson. That's what I came out of it with. They're like, when they need to say something, they send The Rock out to say it.
It very much seems like he's in bed with specific guys over there. We already know what his relationship is with Nick Khan. He mentioned Ari more than once in this interview, and you can see the way Pat is being used in all of this as well. Because this is what I thought before when LeBron said what he said about media, and as soon as he got a chance to interview with somebody where he can go and spin the narrative and control it, he went to Pat. And it's the same thing The Rock did. He got a chance to get his narrative out there and do some spinning. Let me go to Pat.
And he was like, this was unexpected. I didn't know. All right, I fucking bet.
Bro, this all looks insane, man. And like I said, the PR stuff around it is oof. To wrap up all of this Fallout stuff with WrestleMania. There was no good way for this roast stuff to go. No. The second they announced it, I was like, this can only end bad. Because this is a ticketed event. You've got fans in there.
You were going downhill from there. There's no way to come back from. You're going to try to tell these controversial, offensive, woke, dead, anti-woke thing, but you're selling it to anybody.
Yeah, this is a ticketed event. Just the way the world works now, nothing stays off the internet long. No. That's just the nature of the beast now. And so there was no way that audio from this thing was not eventually going to end up on the internet. And even if audio didn't end up on the internet, there was going to be somebody in there that got on the internet and talked about what they heard in there. It was impossible for it to not go this way. And so I'm so again so baffled by this company doing this. And then all of this stuff happened. And within the 24 hours of me seeing all this leaked audio, all of a sudden, all right, here comes the copyright strikes. They're trying to get this stuff down. It's like, but what did you think was going to happen?
Expect? I don't know. I didn't understand. Like, you announced a roast with the times were already in, like, just announcing that and like knowing what it's going to represent and knowing who's going to be involved in it. It's like, it's probably not the best idea. Then they thought that it was going to be just no internet, no nothing. And then before the audio even came out, Phil, just like the quotes we were seeing and just like the people talking about what went down at the show, we were already like, oh, this is going to be pretty not that great when it comes out.
It's a mess, and it all looks kind of crazy. I have no interest in watching it. People keep asking me to listen to the audio. I have no interest in listening to it. I've read some things that did not sound good, but just given what you're trying to do, I don't know what people expected.
The people being like, it's just a roast. You never seen a roast before. These are all this. This is all this. I'm like, oh. It used to. Comedy Central kind of blew up the spot when they started having the roast of Justin Bieber and the roast of Bob Saget because it's on TV. That's also ticketed and it just works a little bit different. But the way that those roasts work were like people were roasting. There was one person that was getting roasted, and that was usually their friend. They had this kind of relationship, and the things were a little bit more controlled. This was, let's have a late night roast after everybody's been drinking and shit, and there's all these emotions already running wild, and people are going to start airing their grievances, and you can't have people airing their grievances because that's going to lead to some trouble.
Yeah. See, the difference between that is if we're agreeing to all come in here and roast Flavor Flav, for example, Flav is coming in with the understanding I'm going to have to eat. I'm going to eat humble pie on this because I'm going in there to get roasted. But when you have all this other stuff where some people might not be expected
like
to
Charlotte
be
got flamed and she wasn't there. Like she wasn't expected to be roasted.
And it's turning into the people that are attached to this, like Hinchcliffe, and you know what kind of humor you're going to get out of this. You're going to get the goofy edgelord bullshit that nobody outside of a certain sect of people wants to hear. I just don't see how it's going to go over. Again, I think the telling part about this, and I get it, wrestling a lot of times is marketed to the lowest common denominator. So you can always say that a large percentage of the fan base is probably MAGA or they're against, woke stuff in the first place. But I do think it's telling that the three very clearly MAGA people you put on the WrestleMania show and put the camera on them, they got booed. I don't think some people want to see this. And even if you voted in that way, some people just don't want the politics in wrestling. They just want an escape.
One place to get away is over here. I keep saying it. Like, wrestling has always, since I was like 4 years old, been my escape. Like, no matter what's going on, there's fucking police brutality, there's fucking murder, there's fucking war, there's all these things. I could turn on fucking wrestling and not see or hear any of that shit. And now I'm turning it on and seeing the same fucking things that I'm seeing in my news feed, and that shit sucks.
Yeah. Oof. Quite a week for them.
And then Paulie did that and then went on Pat McAfee shows after that and was wild. And it's like, dog, you gotta chill, I think.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah. At least like some of the stuff from SmackDown last night, I think went over well as well in the Fallout stuff. I thought Jade came off well. I thought the match with Tiffany was good. Naomi still great. Naomi came out and attacked Jade again. That clip of her like beating down on her and people were like she's playing imaginary drums. Very funny. But this furthers my belief because she attacked her again. I do think this is leading to Bianca getting involved, and I do think Bianca's going to turn heel. Just certain things she was saying during the match as well. That exchange she had with Rhea, and she was like, "I work harder than you," and all. I was like, "Yeah, I feel it coming."
It's happening.
Yeah, and of course, like some of the other stuff, the re-debut of Aleister Black, also pretty funny that it was basically the same as what we've seen. Miz out there in a white suit and he gets black mask, and I was just like, wait a minute, where have I seen this before?
This is vaguely familiar. I don't know what it is. I can't put my finger on it, but I've seen it.
Yeah, very glad that they got his original theme music. We didn't get new music. So glad we got that back. The entrance and the music were all the same, so that was cool to see. Selena Vega is the new United States champion. Did not expect that. Very strange that we went from how well they were doing with the Chelsea stuff. Chelsea not on a WrestleMania card, and then the week after WrestleMania loses her belt. I was like, oh, okay, cool. So we're just moving on. I mean, good for Selena. Selena's been working hard. She's been patiently waiting. So
long time, for so long.
Yeah, so good for her.
After what happened with the Queen of the Ring stuff, and all that, like she got back to this moment, well deserved. Nice little night for that household, you know.
Yeah, they teased some more stuff with Solo and Jacob Fatu that I think worked well. Solo called himself putting him over, and he was like, "Yeah, I got him here." And the whole time, Jacob was behind him, side eyeing him. I think that's great. But really, the biggest talking point of the night was the TLC match. That match was so good, man.
It hit the one that should have been on WrestleMania.
Yes. Yeah, the tag teams got time. Everybody in this match, I thought, came away from it looking better. Street Profits came out with new music. I don't hate it. I actually like it. When it first started, I was like, they changed this music. Now, of course, their original music is just, it's better in every way because it fits them. But I like the new music a lot. They came out with their HBK cosplay, which I thought was very funny. You could tell, like the gear and everything. I was like, they thought they were wrestling in WrestleMania. Like you could, their look and everything. They're probably going to debut the new music. I was like, yeah, it probably should have happened at WrestleMania. But they wrestled a great match, man. Montez is phenomenal, man. Like
that guy.
He's so good. At one point during the match, he does the springboard onto the ladder. We've seen so many people jump and make that kind of leap to jump back on the ladder to stop somebody from climbing up there. And this guy's athleticism is just unreal. He has several moments in the match where I was like, this guy, man, you got to push this guy hard, man, because he's so good. Motor City Machine Guns also very good at it. DIY worked their butts off in this. They look great. Ciampa looks weird without his beard. Hopefully he's okay. I don't know if people saw during WrestleMania weekend, he took a bad fall and he had like a real nasty looking cut on his chin. So they had to cut the beard off to get to it. And so yeah, but he looks strange without a beard.
It's like a different fool.
But yeah, man, there's so many crazy spots in this match, like big table spots, like chair shots. Like I didn't realize it. Like it's been a long time since we've got like a TLC match of this magnitude for the tag titles, and I think that's even more why this should have made the WrestleMania card. What TLC means and like how it started at WrestleMania, and I thought that would be a layup to do it there, but what can you do? Really good match though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad these guys got to shine on a big stage doing this. I wish they would have shined on the biggest stage. Like I was saying, this WrestleMania card needed some kind of variety, and I think this would have represented that. So I'm surprised that it never made the show. It's a thing of them separating all the damn pay-per-views from the cards and all these things, but should have been on the show. But at least they got to kill it on SmackDown. Seeing Motor City Machine Guns on WWE is still weird. It still hasn't really set in. So them be able to have one of these crash course type matches and stuff, a lot of stuff that they innovated, I think is super dope.
Yeah, really good match. Street Profits retain. They are still your world tag team champions. They've done a lot here to build up the tag division though. Like You've already got enough contenders coming out of this match, and then you brought Fraxium up to SmackDown as well. Yeah, that's a good sign for the health of the SmackDown tag division. But they gotta book it. Good week for tag team wrestling.
Mm-hmm. Tag team wrestling is shining pretty hard. Hopefully all these companies actually invest in it and give more main events and give more pay-per-view opportunities to these people, because tag team wrestling, I think, is back.
Yes. Send us in your super chats. We have not read a bunch of them. I think we have a ton of Humper chats to get through, because I don't think we read any of the Humper chats.
Not one. Let's get into a few of these super chats though before we move into the Humper chats. Of course, always appreciate you guys. Thanks for listening to our WrestleMania talk. Van Twinblade says Bandit Chan versus Zack Sabre Jr. was my match of the weekend. Zack Sabre Jr. needs to kidnap Bandit and throw yeet her at his enemies in New Japan. Yeah, I need to check out the full FE's Big Gay Brunch. I was like, there's a show I need to watch. That's the one, because I want to see that match.
Yeah.
Van Twinblade also says, Phil, CrossFit Jesus returned on Easter. Genius.
Genius, buddy.
On Easters, he came back. They resurrected him. Appreciate you, Van Twinblade. Tenruza says, where the journalism talk coming from? Love to you. There was a couple of people saying things. Alexis Littlefoot, the homegirl, was talking about wrestling journalists not having a degree, but I think a lot of people were talking about what Kylie Ray said, because Kylie Ray put out a tweet that said wrestling journalists use us to make money and they never offer us any money.
Yeah, I believe it started with Faye Jackson tweet, because she responded to somebody.
Oh,
that's what started it.
Yeah, Faye Jackson said that they'll be like backstage. Essentially, that wrestling journalists are disrespectful. Then that led to some things, and that led to some things, and that led to the Kylie thing of her being like, they don't ever pay us. And like,
yeah.
Okay. But it's there. You'll see it. Leonard Ernst III says, congrats to Conan. What goes around comes around to Stanford and gets you probably run out of Stanford Lucha Libre. Yeah, I think he thinks it's going to be one thing, but it's not going to be what it is.
Yeah, he just thinks it's going to be like the Mucha Lucha cartoon, and they're going to just all have good times and adventures. And
yes.
Might not be that.
And like, they're going to get him on the writing team and get him the help. And like, good luck, brother. Leonard also says, pro tip, when you're letting world champion get straight geeked at the largest card of the WWE calendar, it's over. WWE works with those they can work.
Geeked.
Horrible. Yeah, no, but it's all right. Joe Hendry's gonna win, and TNA is gonna continue to be TNA. LOL TNA, they don't care.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're gonna get what they want out of this, because Joe's probably gonna end up signing over there.
Exactly. Coy Stalling says, I'm sick and tired of every night getting her respect. Come on, AEW. 18 more months of disrespect. Much love, guys.
Wait, what?
18. I'm sick and tired of every night getting her maybe disrespected. Come on, AEW. 18 more months of disrespect. Much love, you guys. I don't know, Coy.
I know what this
Talking about a number of things. You could let us know what you're talking about there, but I appreciate you submitting that. Grapple Geekery says, had to work, so I'm listening on catch up to hear what y'all said about WrestleMania and the Rock interview. Past Black Adam, he's been full of shit.
Yeah. Oh, he's talking about Bailey. Okay.
Oh, Bailey. Yeah. Yes. Bailey was screwed out of that, and the situation sucks. The Rock, Grapple Geekery, is so funny because he garnered so much goodwill. Like, he got it all back last year. Like, after he I remember after he beat up Cody outside of the tour bus, like, I was like, oh, The Rock's good. Like, everybody loves him. He's right back to that spot he wanted to be in, and then it's over. I mean, he's out again.
We saw the signs of it last year, because he was like, I'm giving you guys what you wanted. You wanted the match with Roman, and then he was like, all right, well, I'm giving you what you wanted. I'm pivoting, right? Like, why are you mad? Like, I'm telling you, this is my prediction. He's going to do the Rock Roman match next year, because I think he sees how upset people are. I think he's going to do it next year to please people.
Clean up. That clean up. That's what this all feels like. He's like, I'm going to come and save you guys. Don't worry. It'll be fine.
And at a point where some people are like, I don't really want it anymore. Oh, you're getting it.
Now you wanted it at one point. I'm giving it to you.
You gotta get it.
So funny, dude. But yeah, it's not the end of Dwayne. He'll definitely be back. Appreciate you, Graphic Geekery. Busby, the respected madman, says at this point, Cena's heel turn is approaching Austin 2001 levels. Nobody believes it, and he's half-assing it. Also, y'all see Sinners yet?
I'm probably gonna either go see it tonight or tomorrow.
I've seen Sinners. I went to go watch Sinners the other night on Thursday night. I'm still scared. I'm a scary little baby. I can't watch horror. I thought the cinematography on this was amazing. Like the work that Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan did on this. Tremendous. Great movie. Everybody should go see it and scare your little pants off too.
Yeah, they're like our generation's Spike and Sam. Like it just feels like they just have that they got that relationship right now, and they have not made a single bad movie together. I will never watch Fruitvale Station again because it was a very painful experience. I just can't do it again. But excellent.
That is a horror movie.
I can't watch
like
it
that
again.
could be the title on that. I've never watched it, honestly, just because I know the story and I can't.
Very good movie, but I will never watch it again.
I can't. Like that's one movie that I just like. I've tried a bunch. I'm like, I'm gonna start this, but I just start thinking. And I live in Oakland. I just cannot. I can't.
Yeah. 12 Years a Slave is also on that list of I'll never watch it again. I'm good.
There's some that I never started. There's that Emmett Till one that came out recently. I'm like, why the fuck would I want to watch that?
Yeah, my family is from Mississippi. Of course, Emmett was from Chicago. I've heard the story of Emmett Till enough. I know enough about it. I'm good. I'm
good. I'm okay. I'm gonna just believe what y'all say. That's what's up. And the homie Ryan and Michael B. Jordan got more coming out. This ain't even it. They working on some shit right now.
Yeah, excited to go see it, but I just haven't had the time this week. Probably gonna see it this weekend.
It's been a crazy. My April has been insane. I started it going to Hawaii, then Vegas. Like, there's been so many things that are just back to back. Can't wait to take a damn break. Yeah. Jonathan Contreras says Cody is lucky he's getting time off so the fans can miss him. He'll be fine as long as he goes Bullet Club style and beats Cena clean.
Yeah, I think this is gonna end with him as the big baby face to come back to save the company from Cena.
Right. Like
so,
I was like, that's the only like redeeming thing out of this is like Cena's talking all this shit and like Cody has to be the one to get it back. So it's all gonna work out.
And if it's not Cody, I think this is, of course, building to some big baby face coming back and taking it from him. Mm-hmm. I mean, you've got so many things set up with this. I just wish that, all the other stuff around this wasn't so distracting because you could be like, oh man, great. That's what made the Rock stuff so funny. It's like, oh, you've got enough interesting stuff here to keep your fans intrigued, and then you're just like, yeah, by the way, you guys didn't really need me, right? And that wasn't my fault. And
you didn't really want that, did you? Like, yes, we did, Dwayne. What do you mean?
Yeah.
I wanted to bow out. He's so funny. That whole Pat McAfee interview, I'm like, this guy, if anybody just is constantly working, it's fucking Dwayne The Rock Johnson. The whole time, I'm just was nothing but bits.
The way people compare wrestlers to Hogan, this was very Hogan-esque. It was very Hogan-esque.
I didn't want to say it. I'm like,
it was it was very, very much Hogan-esque.
This is very I slammed Andre the Giant when he was 750 pounds coded. I'm like, what are you? But why are you? Like you said, Phil, I feel like after Raw, we were good. Like we're still not going to be happy about what happened at WrestleMania, but like we're okay with moving forward. And The Rock was like, no, I have to come and say something. Like we don't need you to say anything though. I think we're good.
Yeah.
Like everything he said, like we know, dog. You don't have to. But I understand. He's trying to clear his name. He's like, look, like I said, he built all this goodwill last year. He's trying to keep that shit. Van Twinblade also says Randy is from St. Charles, not St. Louis. If Hoffman Estates isn't Chicago, then St. Charles isn't St. Louis. Yeah, get your shit off, Van Twinblade.
I'm just telling you what Orton keeps telling us. He keeps saying he's from St. Louis.
He keeps telling us that, Phil, for real. It's from off rip, he's been saying that.
Oh, yeah, man.
Now, I appreciate that, Van Twinblade. It's real. It's real in these streets. And then Darren Pittman says, glad to see you guys had a great time in Vegas. Would love to see the DPW guys on the Grapsody podcast one day. One love, fellas.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
I'd love to talk to them because I want to know so much more about DPW and their structure. So, yeah. That's our super chats. Thank you, guys. Y'all are so cool.
Appreciate you guys as always. Some of our humper chats. We got one from Black Phoenix Brand. He said the TLC match was A1, which makes it even crazier that it wasn't on the Mania card. Same can be said for Selena winning the belt from Chelsea, and Bianca takes her first Mania loss and just goes back to SmackDown to get back into the Jade Naomi mess. Shaking my head. I think it's going to work out if this is the heel turn for Bianca and this works out. If it were me, and I think you've got such a good thing going, put that belt on Naomi, man. When she came out after the Jade match and she had like that little stare down briefly with Tiffany, I was like, yeah, put that belt on Naomi, man.
Mm-hmm. I'm excited about that prospect because it felt like she kept working hard and kept trying to do these things, but they weren't going to put her in the position to even try to be world champion and things. And now she's in a way different place, and that's a potential. I love it.
But there's so much you can do with Bianca the heel too. They're clearly not done with the Rhea stuff, and
right.
Your audience is telling you they're going to pick Rhea every time. They're going to cheer Rhea over Bianca. So you've got a choice here. You got to turn a heel, and you've got so many other matchups for her if you turn a heel. I mean, like I keep saying, the Jade matchup has to be the end goal here.
Right.
So
still has to happen.
You know, if that's not the end goal, I don't know what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
From Tony P, he said, let me go positive first. Raw was fun. Even that lack of wrestling and Dynamite made me say, nah. SmackDown was unique and ended with a bang. Also, Dave gave the women 3-way 5 stars, which it deserved as the best match of Mania weekend. Yeah, it's so crazy to think like that's the match. That's the first WWE match that he gave 5 stars for the women, and none of the horsewomen were in that match.
That's the wildest part. Yeah, after all the matches and things that they've done these last a bunch of years, for the first one to not involve any of them, I think maybe it was Ibu that was tweeting about it a few days ago, saying that the guard is trying to kind of change, and it used to be for the last couple of years. It's been if a woman comes through WWE, her trajectory leads to one of the horsewomen to like excel, to exceed, to like really put the stamp on who that person is. Now you got Rhea, you got Bianca, you got Io, you got Naomi, you got all these new people that represent the company and that are leading it forward that don't have anything to do with that. It's just such an interesting point to get to because I thought we were going to ride horsewomen wave for like 10 more years.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they kind of forced them because, you know, Mercedes left.
Yeah.
And, you know, they got Becky took some time off, so they kind of forced them to really push the next generation forward. But yeah,
which is great. It's how it should be.
Yeah, still very surprised that Bayley Sasha is not a 5-star match.
Yeah,
because it should be.
It is.
But you know, more from Tony P says also your petty of the week is The Rock for trying to throw Paul under the bus, which leads me into the bad WWE. Leads me into the bad WWE itself. We talked about the PR last time, but the roast was the icing on the cake of them showing their ass. They are solidifying their tone deaf status. The roast, quote unquote, was just mean spirit. The racism was oozing from jokes about Latinos and deportation to Shinsuke and Asian being the favorite target. Even gender got astray, and he don't work there anymore. Speaking of not there anymore, shit about women. They made light of Saraya being abused. Wouldn't stop about Maurice's box. Yikes. Targeted Charlotte from her looks to getting a train ran on her by black men. Whoa, what?
What's happening?
And let people disrespect the WWE's women and their whole division, which had your best match of the weekend. Yeah, none of that sounds good.
That sounds crazy. That all that happened?
Yeah. I saw the Nakamura joke that he's talking about, and it was yikes. He goes on to say it shows they don't care about women's division as a whole. This leads me to the shit that they did to Bailey. Bailey holding back tears, knowing what was about to happen to her. By Paul, who had the nerve to make the comment about her being a good soldier. Yeah, that clip of her from the Van Vliet interview, I haven't seen the whole interview, but that clip of her knowing she's going to be taken off of the WrestleMania card and just everything she was saying, she just sounded so defeated, and just everything she's given this company, and how every time she gets something to the level where you could see they should be pushing her hard, and it just doesn't happen. Like, I just will never understand why the Hugger wasn't like a generational baby face for them.
Right.
And even after that, she just kept making things work, and they still somehow fumbled the push with her. I don't get it, man. I just don't get it at all, man. She's somehow incredibly underutilized for horsewomen, and I don't know. When you think of all of her contributions to that company, like, there wouldn't be no women's revolution without her.
It's crazy that somebody with the accolades and accomplishments that Bailey's had, that you could call them underrated, but she's been so underutilized in so many potential moments and things that she could be bigger, that it's baffling. Again, there's that word, that I'm confused as they got a gym, a person that could be in anything that they want, and they don't. They use her and abuse her, essentially. They use her when they know they can, and then they're like, all right, we're done. We're moving forward. And she's always just such a good soldier, and it goes to the character of what she is, but she deserves so much more better.
Yeah. I mean, the stuff you're saying from the roast, people have to remember wrestling is still a male dominant industry. Very white male dominant industry. And so those jokes and people thinking it's just in fun, like, that don't surprise me. And when you consider, like, I think for the past 2 weeks, women have been really carrying. Maybe show a little bit more respect. They had the match of the weekend. I thought the build for their match was phenomenal. Even the Naomi and Jade stuff, that could have ended up flopping miserably, but those two women put their all into making that work. And, kudos to them for giving them the spot on the card, because usually they don't give the women non-title spots. And I think that they did a tremendous job with the spot that they were given. And the same way on AEW. I think the women have been killing it on AEW. Like, just give the women their respect, man. Like, don't encourage fans to be disrespectful to women.
Exactly. That's all you're doing, is encouraging the idiots that exist out there to be even more horrible. And you people, after that Jade and Naomi match, you nasty sons of guns, stop it.
Oh yeah, people. Yeah.
Stop it. Every time I would open my phone, I'm like, you guys, you gotta stop. This is.
She even made a joke about it. Did you see that?
No, I did not.
She made a joke about it on Twitter.
These people were relentless. I'm like, you guys, this
because somebody tweeted it at her and was like trying to make fun of her, and she made light of it. Yeah. Don't do that, guys.
Please don't do that.
More from Tony P. He said it felt like Bailey was fed up with things in WWE, and seems like she is really thinking about leaving. I feel she signed that contract 3 years to give Paul a chance, and it seems like he failed her. And if people thought Mercedes had a hold on Naomi, oh boy. Yeah, I thought it was very telling that she said in an interview, I have a year and some change left. And she kind of said it unprovoked. Like, Chris didn't even ask. She just was like, yeah, I got a year and a half left.
Because they're going to keep doing this bullshit. Like, she knows what the rest of her career is going to look like.
Correct. Let's see. More from Tony P says, she told you the strong bond she has with Mercedes, and with the things Bailey said about her, Mercedes will be doing all she can now to get her away from WWE and with her in AEW now, just so Mercedes can show her how special she really is. Maybe, I don't know. I would love to see Bayley wrestle somewhere else.
Yeah, before she had signed this new contract, I was like, oh, we about to be lit. She about to do this. But I mean,
Yeah,
a year and a half ago, things were very different. And I think they've kind of seen a lot of people that signed contracts a year and so ago have seen how things are going to play out, or things have played out since then. So the next couple of years are going to be interesting in a different direction, I think.
yeah. Last one from Tony P says, now if Mercedes does pry away Bayley, TK can. I think you mean TK can re-sign Mariah and AEW get the women's tag belt. I asked for only one thing: Mercedes and Pam versus Rose Gold, Mina/May for the belts with a writing team of Pepper, Washington, and City. And the Bucks agenting that title match. That's a lot you're trying to bring together at once. There's a lot of what ifs there, buddy.
There's not going to be any crossover because Mariah May, you guys.
I don't know. Melter
Mariah
is reporting.
May is a fucking WWE wrestler very soon, you guys.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. That's what Dave is reporting. So I don't know.
I don't think there's any amount of money that can save it. Like, I don't think Tony Khan can offer that woman anything that's going to save her. Like, her telling them before the match at Revolution, essentially, that she's gone. Very telling things the way that this all went down. I don't think that, because people are like, well, Tony could just, I don't think that, I think we're past that already. So expect to see Mariah May in WWE, unfortunately. I see somebody was like, "Hey, there was a tweet that said, "Oh, I don't watch AEW. I don't know what Mariah May's like." And a bunch of people were saying she's like Liv Morgan, and I was like, "Damn, people just don't understand."
Cut the computers off.
I was like, people don't understand, don't know what wrestling is, right? She's a Liv Morgan. Like, have you ever seen her wrestle? What do you mean?
Jesus Christ!
Somebody's like, she's a tall Liv Morgan. I said, you know what? Like, you can have my internet. It's fine. Just keep it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this can be saved. I don't know if it can be salvaged, but the fact that Dave reported that is probably not a good sign. It definitely has that sign of don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't save her.
She don't want to be saved.
Yeah, that's all for Tony P. Appreciate you. Got one from Orion Ben 666. He says they survived partying wrestlers, they survived the Vegas club hopping, they survived alleged haters. Reg and Phil, I appreciate y'all. Let aggregators steal your work and then hate. You guys have to put in the work and got rep now. Tag team wrestling. Alleged haters. I don't know if it's alleged.
Alleged, is it?
I don't know if it's alleged. See, from Van Twin Blade, he says, first, shut the fuck up, Dwayne. Wow, that was aggressive.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Second, y'all see the guy that did Prey 2022 is doing another Predator movie. This one looks to be based in the late 90s. Aliens vs. Predator book centered around a human lady that gets inducted into the Predator Society after dropping a colony ship on a planet to kill Alien Queen. Elle Fanning is going to star. Also, we're getting an animated movie based on some of the comics showing different people fighting a predator. Vikings versus Predators, Ninjas versus Predators, Allied fighter pilots, and Predators. It's gonna hump. I've seen the stuff for the animated series. I didn't know about the movie.
That's a lot. There's a lot of new Predator lore coming out. Exciting.
Yeah, I saw the stuff about the animated, and I was standing at somebody's booth at C2E2, and he was talking about how well his Predator art is selling because of like the stuff for the animated series. So,
oh, nice.
Yeah. See from Baba, he says, "Happy Grapsody Day, guys. Love coming to you and in the weeds for my fake news. Shame that right-wing billionaires are trying to hijack discourse. WWE is hot." It's hot to delegitimize alternate voices, in service of the Trump agenda. It's no longer tinfoil hat theory. Yeah, we're definitely in this phase of don't trust the media, and it's
See, that's what I didn't like about the journalist stuff that we started with, because it feels a lot like that fake news shit. I tweeted about it. It feels like they're trying to discredit, because you casting a shadow over all wrestling journalists feels like you're trying to discredit the fools that are really doing work. And if everybody's gone and if everybody's doing bullshit work, then news isn't. Then it's all fake news, and we could just absolve what the news is, and that's what it feels like.
I mean, but that's not really new in wrestling.
Yeah,
That's been a thing for a long time.
I mean, Meltzer has been dealing with that since day one. So
Yeah, it just has the added tone to it from certain places. But yeah, from Black Phoenix Brand, he says, you might have already covered it by the time you see this, but what do you guys think about Shador and NFL draft? Well, now that he's drafted, I did not expect him to drop all the way to the 5th round. That's crazy. I have to assume it's people not feeling Dion. And I just think with the climate around sports right now, and you look at how the Bronny stuff went, and the owners feeling like they have to regain control and not let a player have his way and kind of force the trend a certain way to get their son drafted. I can see, because the NBA and NFL are different, right? That stuff happened with Bronny, and I could see just the way that Deion Sanders is perceived, them just being like, we're not going to let you do this.
We don't want to have all of that comes along with it, because you aren't just you're getting a package deal here. Like Dion comes along with this kid if he's on this, just like when people knew Bronny was going to come along with LeBron James. And some people don't want the circus that came in. Like, look at what this draft was like. There was all these extra added things because of him, and so they know what that was going to do. And that sucks that it affected his ranking, but that's part of the game. Like, you have to know that too. Like, your dad being Deion Sanders is also going to cause these type of things to happen, because you're already going to be fighting from behind, even though you're also fighting from ahead. So
which is unfortunate, because he's played well enough that he's earned a spot on a team.
And he's jiggy too. He's on some fly shit. Niggas already don't like that. Like, he's got a bunch of things going against him.
Yeah, absolutely. Stuff that if he was white, it wouldn't be an issue. So, let's see, we got one from Wonga. He says, hi Grapsody fellas, last week was over in Tokyo for a Star Wars celebration meeting. Rosario, that's awesome. Also saw a Stardom show at Corrigan Hall on my last night there. Azumi Sayaka Matami versus Starlight Kid and Tam Nakano was the main event, plus Shuri, Mayu, Momo, and Tekla in matches. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I want to make a trip to Japan so bad. I just haven't made it there yet. But yeah, the Star Wars stuff is great. They're re-releasing episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. It's still wild to see people accepting that movie and accepting Hayden Christensen after he got so much hate at one point. And man, it's so cool to see him excited to be around the fan base again and being accepted like he should have been. It's vindicating in a lot of ways, because a lot of the hate he was getting wasn't deserved.
Yeah, people did not like that. Things are kind of changed with time, and some vindication being had is great.
Yeah. See, got like 2 more Humper chats, but before we get into that, AEW Dynamite was another great episode. Open with Master P.
Yeah, it did.
When we got those graphics that he was going to be pulling up, because initially he tweeted that he was going to be there, and then we got a graphic. I was like, oh, this is very WCW, which, we talked about on Ask Grapsody. It's just so crazy that the relationship between Bischoff and WCW turned into what it did, because AEW is influenced so much by WCW. And like, I just think like all the time about Master P and them being in the WCW ring, the hootie hoo and everything. So this felt like such a WCW moment. Like, you had to be completely delusional to not see that AEW is really like the spiritual child of WCW in a lot of ways.
Yeah, there's so many moments that consistently happen that are that, and that's what, like you said, is so funny about Bischoff is like, They do so many things that pay tribute to what you established or the successor to the thing that you started on TV, that it's funny that you're so anti everything over here. It's hilarious. Master P starting out the show, coming out to make him say was like, what is going on here? It's 2025. This is crazy. Him standing next to the big homie felt like WCW again, because when the No Limit Soldiers were a tag team in WCW, it's two gigantic niggas. So it's like, it's almost like the same thing with Hobbs again. It felt great. Him getting on the mic and with the ops in the ring and Joe giving it up to him first and the crowd being really into it. Then being confronted by the Death Riders and him standing on business on 10 toes the whole time.
No business.
Denise thought that he was joining the Death Riders. She's like, why isn't he moving? Why isn't he affected by this? I'm like, because he's a hardcore person who's seen a lot of crazy things throughout this life. You think the Death Riders is going to get him out of his game? Never.
A lot of this was not intentionally funny, but God,
Right.
was it funny, man.
So funny.
When he came down and he was doing all the catch faces, we about to get bowdy, rowdy tonight, and coming out there with Joe of all people, so funny, man. And then when the Death Riders come out and they have the angle coming from behind, and they're all running in the ring, and he's just like standing still, watching them run past him. He's just like not flinching or nothing. It's like, because all of the wrestlers are doing the wrestler thing where, oh, somebody's music hits, we got to turn around, look at the screen. And he's just still looking the other direction, not turning around or nothing. It's so
even
funny.
when they get in and all started brawling, he's just like spinning around in like a slow circle, just like looking at everything. Like he's not affected by it at all.
Hilarious. He's sitting there nose to nose with Mox and they're having a stare down. He's just not flinching. Hilarious. He's taller than most of the wrestlers.
Yeah, he looks really big too. Like, oh no, Master P's a big dude also.
Hilarious. So when Joe starts him and Mox up and he's like choking him out and he starts getting his little body blows in, bro.
Those body blows, Bill. Oh my God. On the floor. Mox tries to spin out and he tries to go around Joe with his body blow. I was like, this is
bro, hilarious.
Things are flying off the rails as we speak.
Hilarious, man. And then he's got him on the ground choking him out and he's like narrating he's narrating it. He's like, ha ha ha. What y'all think? No limit. We bout it. He's like, you know what? Put him to sleep.
It was just like an outro, like a album outro, right? He just starts going in. All right, put him to sleep. I'm like, I love
hilarious.
I love everything about this. This is perfect.
Fucking hilarious, man. AEW is giving us so many moments like this with rappers that are funny. I mean, all of the Rick Ross stuff. I keep waiting for Rick Ross to come back, man, because everything he did over there was so funny, man. Yeah. But yeah, this segment, man, way funnier than it had any right to be.
Amazing. Master P was perfect in it. Him like I said, standing next to the big homie and the ops and all that. I think visually was great and also hilarious. Like I didn't expect how fast it happened. Like Master P announced a few, like not that long before they all executed all this. So really fun moments. Again, another hip hop crossover. So I loved it.
Yeah. Really fun way to start the show. I thought that this was a great way to come back from last week because this was such a different show and it was good for different reasons. As much as I enjoyed last week's episode, starting this with in such a fun way, I was like, this is great. And then the matches were fire. Like Mark Briscoe, Ricochet was a lot of fun. We got hints that we're heading towards Ricochet versus Kevin Knight, which signed me up.
Brother, Kevin Knight, before we get into what he did on this show, I watched Collision and the match he had with Lance Archer. And dude, Kevin Knight is just so different, Phil. Like
incredible, man.
The fact that you can tell so hard that he came up in New Japan, just the way that he works his matches and the way that it's structured, it just separates him from everyone else. Because, like, you know, initially you come in, there's a lot of people that probably thought, like, who's this guy? Like, he's a black wrestler that's already a detriment to people. He's fly, kind of the swaggy thing. Like, you kind of think and look at those type of wrestlers a certain way, but he works so much different. Like, there's no, you can count on one hand how many black wrestlers cut their teeth and came up in Japan. Like legit on one hand, you could count them. And so for him to be so much different, and with every match, he keeps garnering more and more AEW fans. That match with Archer was great. What we're about to get into here on this show, insane.
Yeah. Kevin Knight's from Atlanta. He definitely has
He's very much
an Atlanta guy. Very Southern, very Atlanta guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which is funny. I saw before we started the stream, somebody was like, "Why y'all want to get Lyric back on the show?" I was like, eventually. I was standing next to Lyric during the Fourth Rope show, and so happened to be also talking to Kevin Knight.
You and Lyric were talking for like an hour, for like a while. Like there was you guys were like really getting into stuff that we should be getting into on Grapsody. And then Kevin Knight just walked around the crowd for like an hour himself and was just like, because that's just the type of wrestler he is. He wants to see the crowd. He wants to be out there. He wants to feel the people. And that's also part of the reason why he's garnering this fanfare so quickly. Like you could feel it.
Yeah. But yeah, the Ricochet, Mark Briscoe stuff was a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Brody King, Will Ospreay versus Don Callis family. Also a fun match. Really, really good stuff. I love that they ended the show with the women again. Giving the women this big spot, I think it made the Owen semifinals feel like a bigger deal. And it made the build to the finals feel big as well. Really good spot to see Jamie Hayter in with, just the time she had since the injury, trying to get back to AEW and trying to get back to where she was, because she was hot before she left. And she lost a lot of that momentum because of the injury and, just stuff that was out of her control. So really happy to see her in the spot. And man, her and Statlander killed it. Like,
woo-wee. You can feel that momentum that Hayter had gaining with every moment, with every match. People keep remembering, oh yeah, Jamie Hayter's a fucking heavy hitter. And this match right here, oh my God, these two women, you guys know my favorite bits about any match, when they start going 1,000 miles per hour. And at one point I was like, man, these women are going fast. They were throwing shit. They got on the apron one bit and they were just like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I was like, oh, this is the type of shit I've been waiting for. They've been on a trajectory to have a match of this magnitude together. Hayter and Stat, they both represent something in AEW. They kind of have a lot of similarities. This was ready, a prime match to be set up, and I thought they executed it very well. Jamie Hayter just bringing her kind of finesse and power to this match, to this tournament, to everything that she's brought in AEW has been great. Stat bringing her charisma and her power and how she works the match and how she rallies from behind. Very, very different than a lot of women in this company. I thought both of their styles together was great. Like this could be like a best of 7 type deal. Like this was just like a filling out process, trying to figure out the other, but like they got so much more in them. This match was super fun. I liked all the strikes. Loved the finish with her catching her off the ropes with the lariat. Like this was fire.
Yeah, such a good match. Statlander is so good, man. Like
Stat.
Just the way she works, like the big power spot she has, like her strikes and everything, and can still do like the high flying stuff as well. Just amazing. And Jamie, like you said, just continues to show why she was so over. The theme song is hot. The theme song is over. And the finisher works. Like, man, I thought the last few seconds of the match were so good. That rebound off of the turnbuckle into the Haterade, and then the finish that with the Haterade, awesome. Having Mercedes come out at the end to set up the Double or Nothing match, the finals of the Women's Owen Hart Cup. Really, really good stuff, man. I've seen more and more people that are saying that Jamie has to win. I don't know that I believe that Jamie's going to win, guys, but I think it's
expectations, brother, because this is Mercedes.
But I think it's good that people are this excited for Jamie making it to the finals.
Yeah, because just like I said, she's going to continuously get back to that spot. And I think that's going to be where things really come to a head at Double or Nothing. Because like you said, there's a lot of people that think this is her tournament to win, and they think that she should get the victory here. Mercedes already has that thing of people thinking she's winning too much and all this. So the crowd's going to be very interesting going into Double or Nothing. The match is going to be fucking fire. I cannot wait to see these two women go one-on-one. That was another one of those when we thought of Mercedes' best matches coming into AEW, who were the people on the other side that we wanted to see her against. Jamie Hayter was super high on this list, so that match is going to be so good.
Yeah, all of the big matches here delivered. Love that the women got the spot. Max and the Hurt Syndicate stuff continues to be one of the highlights every week. This segment was hilarious. All of the stuff between Max and Bobby, so great. Bobby is such a good straight man for him because he is just like no selling all of it. Meanwhile, Sheldon is just like, I kind of like this guy. I kind of think he's funny.
Yeah. He's like, hey, none of this is not really that bad. I liked what happened last week. I like that watch. Like, Max is not the worst. I'm kind of into this.
Yeah. Sheldon finally gave him the thumbs up this week, and he let him know right away, I don't like you. The only reason I'm giving you the thumbs up is because MVP vouches for him. And it looked like Bobby was going to give him the thumbs up this week. And right when he was, Max just kept talking. And it had that feel like the more Max talked, the more Bobby was like, no, I don't like this guy.
Yeah, no, I thought about it, but my thinking was wrong. So yeah, Max had came in a nice new car, and Bobby had seen that and was like, hey, let's make this deal a little bit sweeter. I'd maybe think about giving you that thumbs up if you give me that little car you got.
Yeah,
now, what did he say? What did Bobby say that was funny? He said, where the keys at?
Bro, hilarious. Takes off in a car, and of course Max is mad, and then he comes on Twitter later. He's like, I didn't tell the police because I ain't no snitch. I'm like, I think it happened on TV.
It happened. We all saw it.
There's evidence, I think. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. What car?
What car? You saw it on TV. What TV?
What watch?
Yeah, again, though, they're furthering along this angle. I think everything that they're doing is great, and I'm interested to see where this is going.
I have no idea where it's going. I have no clue, but I've been entertained by all of these segments. I think it's a great variety to add to the show because the matches have been so great. But then you can also add like the sports entertainment segments in the midst of it that are also really good.
Right.
But yeah, thing I'm sure my friend can't wait to talk about. We got on here and complained about how bad we complained about how bad the opening segment was when the Bucks came back to Dynamite after their return at Dynasty, and both of us were saying the same thing. Just let them wrestle, man. Like that's just what we want to see, and they let them wrestle this week, and it was a heater, bro.
Wow. Yeah, I think I had forgot about this segment, Phil. Thank you again for doing that, because I forgot how awful Kenny and his poop jokes and all that was just god off. Like, what are they? Well, the Young Bucks are here. Why don't you just put them in the fucking ring? So when they announced this match last week, Phil, I was like, oh, it's a Righteous Reg Invitational match. This is for me directly. Whoever's booking is like, the Reg is going to love this. And like, yes, Kevin Knight, Speedball Mike Bailey, you guys know how I feel about these guys against the Young Bucks, who Phil and I every week are like, just put the fucking tassels on and get in the goddamn ring. We don't want to hear him this nonsense. So this match starts, and it's so funny on stream. Denise and I were talking about something, so going into our random rants, and then this match started cooking, and I was just like, oh yeah, I forgot these guys. The reason that we're watching this TV show, the reason that all this shit exists, the reason that tag team wrestling is where it is because Nicholas and Matthew fucking Jackson, and if they just get in there and do what brought everybody to the dance, it'll be hot. And that's what this was. These guys were going 1,000,001 miles per hour from initial bell. Mike Bailey was in 100% Mike Bailey mode, throwing kicks at all angles, getting caught with crazy kicks. They started going into some matrix back and forth. There's a spot where they all hit a kick. Nick and Mike Bailey are going back and forth on some John Woo, fucking Jackie Chan fighting, doing different kicks and all these things. Young Bucks got there. We're the Young Bucks. We know how to string together moves. We're tag team wrestlers. We're the best at ever doing this. There was a couple of sequences in there that I was like, this is it. This is the shit that I love. This is what a bunch of people that are in this company right now that want to have matches with the Young Bucks. This is what they came up idolizing. This is what they came up studying. This is the stuff that's going to lead this division to where it needs to be. So many great all moments. There's that thing that Kevin Knight does where his tag team partner will have their opponent on their shoulders, and then Kevin Knight will hit the big drop kick. They set up for that, and Kevin Knight went for it, but Matt Jackson caught him, and they got into this chicken scenario that just like was a beautiful wrestling moment. Just like, whoa, wrestling's cool. I can't believe that these little moments would produce this joy. And then when the Young Bucks got into the super Young Bucks, 1,000 miles per hour, throwing every move. They hit a TK driver on the outside. That was insane. Just so many reasons why I call Young Bucks the greatest of all time was on display here. Like, put these guys in there with two of the best prospects in the world, any tag team in the world. Let them go all the way out. Show what tag team wrestling is all about. That's what AEW should be. It felt like I was watching AEW in 2019. Like, what brought me? I was like, oh yeah, this is what brought me to the dance. These guys being exactly these guys. No angles, no bullshit, just wrestling.
Yeah, very PWG style match with all of these guys in it. Very PWG match. Very Young Bucks match. Like, it had all of their style of matches. Would not be surprised to find out that Pat Buck put this match together. It had that style to it as well. Yeah, man, loved this match. This match was amazing, start to finish. Like,
tremendous.
Kevin Knight being in there. This is again just putting Kevin Knight in there with all of the big names within a few weeks is so cool for him. Being in there with Ospreay at the pay-per-view and then getting a Young Bucks match a few weeks later. Awesome. Speedball fitting in perfectly here, like we all expected he would, because he's a hooper. And again, PWG style. He was a PWG wrestler and just like fit in perfectly here with the style of matches that they put on, man. And
that double springboard spot where I thought they were both going to go into the ring, but Kevin Knight hit the splash in the ring and then Speedball hit the moonsault to the outside. Just tremendous work. This was 100% PWG, balls to the wall. Like, Rick Knox is the referee. You don't know who's the legal person. Like, everything's just happening at the speed of light. Just everything that I love about tag team wrestling and what I want to see more of the Young Bucks. I want to see these guys do this with every single person here. Kevin Knight really showed that when he was IWGP Junior Tag Champions with Kushida, this is what the type of shit that he trained for. Like, we're going to go out there, we're going to do all these things. It's not going to be structured like the match you have with Lance Archer. It's going to be action, action, action from the bell. Just, I'm gushing, man. I loved it. So after WrestleMania and watching those shows and being like, oh, what the fuck is this? To seeing like some actual fucking crazy pro wrestling on a Wednesday night. It was beautiful.
Yeah, really, really good match. Feels like tag team wrestling is back between this and the TLC match. Doing some really great stuff with FTR right now. This heel turn has really refreshed them. They're so much more interesting right now as heels. And getting Stokely as their manager came out of the blue. I think that's going to end up working out for them.
Loving all of it. I'm like, every time something new happens, like the FTR thing that happened on Collision with them almost beating up Tony Schiavone, amazing. Them getting Stokely now and being smug little assholes, loving it.
Yeah, as soon as I saw Rock and Roll Express in the crowd, I was like, oh, they're going to get beat up, aren't they? And sure enough, they got beat up. But perfect time for this. FTR turning heel, Bucks having good matches again. Man, tag team wrestling, just it's not that hard to make this work. Just get back to what works. Like, get Private Party back on TV, do something with Top Flight. You've got teams here you can use.
Yeah, what a week, like you said, for tag team wrestling. Like, Motor City Machine Guns cooked this week, the Young Bucks cooked this week. Like, everything that tag team wrestling represent was on display. Roxanne was on a show. Like, it's a good sign for the future of this of the business as a whole, because I think tag team wrestling is lacking in almost every company. So I'm excited.
Yeah. What a fun night of wrestling. AEW is still on this run, man. They still look great. Still very much excited for Double or Nothing. Excited for both of the finals matches. We still got the semifinals match coming up. Fletcher versus Hangman is going to be next week. But I'm excited about potentially Hangman versus Ospreay, because that's a big first time matchup.
That's going to be crazy.
Yeah, in the first time matchup of Jamie Hayter versus Mercedes as well. Excited for that. Excited to see if the Young Bucks wrestle on this card, because I'm excited to see who their opponent would be.
Yeah, me too. I would think, because I thought for sure they were going to be at Revolution, being West Coast and being California. This is, Arizona's still pretty West Coast. Still, a lot of that stuff could be represented. They got to announce them after seeing what happened on Wednesday. Like, I'm going to New Japan because they've been announced for that. I'm like, if they're going to be wrestling like this anywhere, I have to see this in person. So I do hope that they announce it for a good match for Double or Nothing.
Yeah, I have to assume either they're going to be in a tag match or they're going to be in the Anarchy in the Arena match. Probably the latter. But yeah, we'll see.
Anarchy in the Arena. Feels like they're setting that up. So yeah, good shit, AEW. Just keep doing this. Fight fire with just fire ass wrestling. Don't be trying to out Pizza the Hut, like I've always said.
We got two more Humper chats. So we got one from Rafael Garcia. He says, Mania was a literal heel where it peaked at the last match of night 1 and the first match of night 2. Becky's back in a heel now. Like, we didn't just go over this with Charlotte. A wild Master P on Wednesday. Shador still not drafted. Is wrestling on Drogas. Shador's wrestling. He's drafted now, so
he is.
Yeah.
And like, it took time, but we knew it was gonna happen.
Yeah, that somebody showed a clip of the Cleveland Browns front office. They did not look enthused about drafting him, and looking great.
That should be fun.
It kind of feels like, hey, he fell in our lap. Let's just take him. Just never great. From Current Veronica is not good. Hola, amigos. I had a front row ringside seat in the queue for Grand Slam Mexico. However, my bank kept declining the transaction due to fraudulent activities. 45 minutes later, I was able to purchase second row ringside seats. Hope Reggie Denise make it.
I want to. It's not that far. I'm still gonna try, but it's gonna be a feat because it's not that far from now. But I'm trying.
Yeah, definitely heading to Texas. I was this close to booking my flight. I'm probably gonna book it either next week or something.
Texas. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, that is all of our Humper chats, I believe.
All of our super chats too.
Yeah, appreciate you guys as always. Just trying to double check to make sure we don't have any more Humper chats. Yeah, that is all of our Humper chats. Appreciate you guys for sending in your Humper chats and super chats, or just tuning in to listen to us talk about wrestling or our trip to Vegas. Like I said, be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel if you have not already. Check out our content from Vegas that I've been putting up. Probably going to put up some more stuff soon. And hopefully have more stuff to add other than the stuff from Vegas. But this has been Grapsody. I'm Phil Lindsey. It's Righteous Reg. I'm very tired.
Exhausted.
We're out of here.
Peace.